time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chess is an exercise in awareness. It is evolution in motion. I evolved. This is where I am today. I like the feeling of strength that the pawn on d5 gives me. It feels like building a castle, a fortress. Pawn goes to d5. It is supported by its brother on c6. The knight comes to f6 for more stability. Bishop goes out to f5 as a guard outside the gates. Eventually, the pawn on e6 forms a triangle for the safest pawn structure in the center. It gives me confidence for the upcoming battle. This is the Chebanenko Slav.
Another day, another way for me to open up to you. Yeah, yeah. Another day, another way for me to open up to you. I used to worry I would wake up one day nothing more to say. Now I'm dead inside.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Hello and welcome everyone to the penultimate day of the Chessable Masters Champions Chess Tour event. We are very, very close to the conclusion of our Division 2 coverage with plenty of exciting chess still left, but the very, very business end of it is upon us. I'm Peter Svidler, with me is my friend Peter Leko, and we will take you through all of it, hopefully without too many hiccups, although I will warn our viewers, I managed to create potential technical problems for everybody by being stupid. I apologize in advance if they do materialize. I hope they don't.
Yeah, hi Peter, hello everyone. Super excited for this day of chess. Just before the show, we talked with Sotiris. We went through what we might be witnessing today, and it's a marathon. I mean, this will be the longest day of our coverage. with the big final between Nodirbek Abdulsattorov and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Very excited to see this matchup because I also don't really recall them really facing each other. So it's very interesting. What is your take, Peter? Who do you think a favorite?
It's hard to say, and I actually want to agree with you. No games between them immediately come to mind. I'm sure they played a bunch online, but not in the later stages of events, or I think I would have remembered. I'm pretty sure they must have played in titles and things of that nature, but those sort of don't, like, they aren't as memorable as tournaments like this or tournaments over the board. And yeah, as for the favorites, Nodirbek looked a bit shaky yesterday in the semis against Denis Lazarevic, who frankly should have qualified, which would have been, I think, a massive upset, but also would have been a continuation of this story of him just being an incredibly interesting, promising young player. And MVL against Kramnik was, of course, the story of yesterday, not exactly for the reasons they would have wanted, maybe, but it definitely was the story of the day. Ended up a win for MVL after a bit of a technical mess on in a lot of directions, so to speak. But apart from those, I think he played well. I think he played that match quite convincingly. He did have one bad position, but even that position was sort of improving for him. And in the other games, he looked very, very convincing. So maybe I would actually, if pressed, I would take the older generation in this match. I would maybe think MVL starts as a bit of a favorite.
Yeah, I agree with you that MVL looked super sharp yesterday. Yeah, there was all this craziness, incredible sportsmanship from both players. Sotiris is informing us that the final decision was that game 4 was agreed to be a draw. So MVL has won the match with 2.5, 1.5. I think MVL also posted quite a lot of information, inside information about yesterday's accident. And there was so much sportsmanship from both sides. Kramnik wanted to design, MVL wanted to start the match from 0-0. And I really have to say big thank you for both players handling the situation greatly.
Yeah, I think that was very much an example of how these things ideally should be handled by players when there are circumstances quite clearly outside of your control. Or, I mean, you could argue that you are controlling your own mouse slips, and Queen G5 instead of Queen G6 was sort of Vladimir's own fault. But it was nice to see MVL recognizing that, it was a bit of a force majeure situation. Vladimir was playing from the phone because something happened to his computer. And we are happy to report it will not be a repeat today. Today, we're being told Vladimir's computer is perfectly fine. So he won't be repeating the high wire act of playing from his mobile. And yeah, the entire match from start to finish was played in exactly the right spirit. It's always very heartening to see.
And there is also the extra catch that since it's a double elimination, we might be seeing these two gentlemen battling it out still in the tournament, not necessarily in the final. It can be also, Kramnik first has to win against Yuanji in the quarterfinals of the losers bracket. There is also Anish Giri against Denis Lazarevic. Big question for me that how Denis will recover after this terrible, unfortunate loss yesterday. We all know, we have been there, we have lost positions like this, and we know how difficult it is to forget about it.
Yeah, that's very true, and he will feel very, very unhappy about the conclusion of that game. Perhaps because we still have some time, we could show the viewers exactly what happened there. Denis, in a must-draw game in the last round in his match against Nodirbek, after winning on demand twice, he ended up losing this position with black, where draw was sufficient, which is really completely unnecessary. And I'm sure he would also describe it as completely unnecessary. There is no way There is no way you should be losing this to anybody in the world. And this is why he isn't in the finals of the upper bracket and has to fight his way through the lower bracket now, playing against Anish and then the winner of Kramnik Yuanyi.
And he also had quite a lot of time. That was also the catch, yeah, that he had like 3.5 minutes at least at this moment. So no time issue, but we have lift off.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
So this is the, of course, the match that we'll be paying the most attention to, even though today they started everything at the same time. And we will, of course, with only 3 games running in our division and there will never be more than 3 games running from this moment onwards. It's possible to keep an eye on all 3. It's actually quite manageable to keep an eye on all 3, but the Abdusatorov MVL match is the one that we'll be keeping the most attention on. Interesting move order, by the way, here after knight of 3, bishop g7, castles even. This is something that they've been doing quite seriously now, and MVL just walks completely past it, because I want to mention that when white does this move order with the pawn already on c6, this is an actual gambit. You don't win the pawn back, because if you play knight e5 here, knight g4 is quite good. And what they do in this position these days, I think, if they just go knight c3, they go e4, like h3, bishop e3, queen e2, and they say, I don't care about material equality, I don't actually want to have equal material, I just want to play a game of chess. And it's interesting to me that MVL just completely ignores it. Goes castles, queen b3, now the gambit is not repeated, a5. What's your take on like the current state of theory in this position? Because the 3 main moves are queen b6, d takes c4 followed by bishop f5, I guess, and a5, and they seem to be kind of switching in popularity.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I used to be a Grünfelder in the mid-90s, I was playing the d takes c4, queen c4, bishop f5 setup. Then there were some little questions why it was trying something. Then I was told that, okay, but why don't you play queen b6? So I kind of was ready to play the queen b6 system. However, the system with a5, the latest fashion, is something that I haven't seen at that point. I do recall when Wei was playing like in 2015, this a5 move, I was like shocked, wow, that this exists.
Yeah, it became popular, I think, around that time that you described, maybe slightly earlier than 2015, but not by very much. I play it myself quite a bit. It's definitely an interesting option, but for my course, I ended up recommending this. And the reason I bring this up is that a massive reason for me actually starting to pay attention to the system was the fact that MVL was playing it. MVL at some point was maybe the flag bearer for dc4 bishop, queen c4, bishop f5 here. So for him to deviate and to play a5, I thought was a bit notable. Rook d1, he plays a4, queen b4. I think Dubov has played this a little bit as black as well, which is always a good sign, because I think he only plays the the freshest and the most exciting lines everywhere.
And now, what is the reaction? Yeah, this queen on b4 is a bit strange. Clearly, white is hoping to resolve the tension with dc4, queen c4. Do you take on c4, or do you have some other extra moves?
I think we probably take, because I can't figure out anything that appeals to me more. Queen a5, I think white probably takes on e7. Also, I'm not sure about that endgame, but mainly I would be worried about allowing queen takes e7. Although maybe you can make an argument for this as well, right? And then either rook takes e2 or d takes e4 next move. Knight a6, queen takes a4, I don't believe works at all.
Yeah.
Even though the engine does seem to suggest that somehow a little bit playable, but looks very risky. So my default solution here would be to take, and now that the pawn is on a4, maybe we just kind of go in, because, well, or that, yeah. I briefly considered suggesting b5, and I thought this is a little bit extreme. Even takes is playable, right? Because bishop a6, we have queen takes a4, and the unprotected rook on a8 stops black from comfortably taking on e2.
Yeah, I'm not really getting this. Yeah, that.
And also we can start with knight c3. Although now maybe bishop a6 gains in strength, and then knight c6.
Yeah. Somehow computer the evaluation bar indicated that yes, you can take on b5, the line that you first showed, and the pluses were jumping. Yeah, this bishop a6 queen takes a4, super important. Maxim did spend 2.5 minutes, so he shouldn't be blundering pawn like this, but this is now very intriguing.
Yeah, it's you see these types of sacrifices quite a bit because it gives you files on the queen side to play for your pieces in the future, and it also definitely exposes the white queen to the elements, so to speak. But if you don't have any kind of an immediate continuation here that supports it, you've given up a very healthy pawn. And if you imagine, let's say, the queen, getting evacuated back home and white just getting a tempo to play knight c3, you will start regretting your gambits. So whatever you do here, you have to do it more or less right away. Your reply has to be very energetic. And queen b5 on the board. So yeah, very curious as to what MVL means to do
bishop
here.
d7.
Bishop d7. Yeah, I thought about that, but where do we want this queen to be parked? Like one option would be to park it on a3.
Another
but then
on e1, another on e1, yeah?
Yeah, or queen d4, queen e1, or you could go queen d3. I'm assuming queen d3 gets met by bishop f5, right? And we have to continue looking for squares. Maybe we go queen d3 and now queen a3. And then just knight c3. Because a kind of a typical issue with putting the queen on a3 would be, perhaps in some positions, rook e8, bishop f8, and d5. But black is so far away from it, and we still have so many squares for we need to completely lock it in for that to become a threat, that I'm not really buying it. He begins with queen b4, knight c6, yeah, and he just goes back all the way to e1, as you suggested. Just very far away.
It wasn't like I just mentioned it. I was completely unsure myself. Yeah, where do I want to put this queen? Because I felt like no matter where you put, there are pros and cons for it. Yeah, it's just so difficult to understand. Yeah. And now what? Maybe knight e4, just...
Knight e4 or bishop f5 to have a good reply to knight c3, because white obviously would like to play knight c3, and I think having knight b4 as a reply makes sense. Or queen b6. Yeah, queen b6 I thought was also very logical, opening, connecting rooks, creating ideas of like rook fc8, also perhaps meaning to play knight b4 if it's allowed. So we're going for some kind of long-term compensation here with black. We're not really trying to justify it tactically straight away. We're just saying we've gained space, we have files for our rooks, we are sort of better developed. Knight e5 played quite quickly by Nordebek. I considered it, but then I asked myself, what's the reply to knight takes d4? And okay, bishop e3 maybe
bishop
is winning.
e3.
Yeah, bishop e3 is winning. Okay.
But I mean, there are so many things, yeah, and he made up his mind very quickly. For example, knight takes e5, d takes e5, knight g4. How do you evaluate it, and how quickly you can evaluate it to understand what is going on?
Yeah, we are dropping the pawn on d5, but the pawn on e5 probably will also get captured. So the material imbalance remains the same. Black will be down one pawn. Yeah, but there's so much here. Like I can try playing knight c3 because, of course, I would very much like to take on d5 with the knight, winning all these tempi. But I'm guessing e6 is a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, then e6 exactly.
And then if the pawn on e5 falls now, black will maybe just be better. And if we have to take with the bishop and black makes, I don't know, some kind of a sensible move, rook a d8 maybe. Yeah. Where would you put this rook?
Yeah, to d8. I mean, just to make sure that the bishop is not hanging on d7.
Yeah, and then I don't know, knight c3, knight takes e5. Looks like there's a decent compensation.
But even maybe bishop takes e5 just to keep the diagonal open, and the knight retreats to f6 later also.
Whoops, sorry.
Also possible.
Yeah. And also it stops bishop e3 from happening, which I think might be relevant, because if you take with the knight, I have a feeling that this somehow might not work out for black. I don't know, rook b1 or bishop c5, maybe taking away the a3 square and then rook b1. Yeah, we will see what he wants to do here, by the way, because this has been played by MVL.
Yeah,
just briefly to show our viewers what's happening in the lower bracket. Lazavic versus Giri is some kind of a. I mean, it started off as a Slav and is now a bit of a mix. I mean, it's still a Slav, but it's a kind of a Schlechter-ish Slav with black aiming to put the bishop on g7. These types of positions I tend to quite like for white. Honestly, I think this is a kind of an exchange Slav type position where the bishop on g7, which I am obviously a huge fan of and have been all my life, is actually not that great against this pawn structure. And the white bishop on e2 does better, has more squares, has more relevance.
You know, when I first looked at this position, I had this deja vu feeling that it came from the h4 Grunfeld, h4 c6.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but now probably even with white prefer to have the pawn on h2.
Yeah. This is it from, I think, that's always been, and just to illustrate for our viewers what we're talking about with Peter here, this has always been sort of the dream outcome of playing 5h4. If you don't count all of those really crazy lines where you might actually give mate, if black just plays c6, cd5, cd5, and we go bishop f4, yes, we made a slightly strange move h4, but on the other hand, we get what is universally accepted to be a very, very nice version of the exchange Slav. And even the fact that we played h4 here doesn't make it immediately obvious that black will equalize, even though black probably does equalize with very, very precise play, but you have to be very precise. But what Lazovic got today is a very similar position in which he didn't even have to spend a tempo on a stupid move h4, which is great.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting to watch him. Like, we've already sort of established he can play chess really well, but it seems like that he's, in this particular game, he's also sort of out-prepared Anish Giri, or out-maneuvered, maybe would be a better way to describe it, Anish Giri in the opening. And that really is not an easy thing to achieve. Anish is unbelievably well booked up.
Yeah, everywhere in all the openings. Yeah. All right, so and let's take a look at Mr. Kramnik. What is he doing?
And Vladi made a big change from his match against they're playing again. Yeah, that's the same.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say from his match against somebody else, and then I realized no, he was playing Yuan Yi, and they had two very exciting knight c3 Petrovs in that match. And he drew 1 and 1-1, and that victory actually won him that quarterfinal match, or maybe even the round of 16. Yeah, round of 16. And today he goes d3, just goes for this mix of exchange French and Petrov, where you aren't really aiming for very much. And this is the current position where white arguably has a slightly better bishop because of the structure in the center, and currently has the control over the e-file. But how serious is this?
Yeah, not serious at all, I believe.
Yeah, this shouldn't be anything at all, frankly. And I mean, maybe you can count having forced b7, b6 as an achievement, but how much of an achievement is it? Yes, I mean, in some positions, maybe the pawn on c6 will be a bit soft, but I don't even know how to, demonstrate that.
Yeah, and okay, seeing this, we can acknowledge that black has solved his problems. It's a very solid position, and back to Maxim's game, because I feel that's
that's heating up. Yeah, he chose the c8 square, not the g8 square, and I think the explanation was in his next move. After knight c3, he played a4, a3 very quickly, using the fact that ba just basically loses to rook takes c3 here. And Noribek plays bishop b3 in response. d7 is hanging, and we've covered b2. And MVL replies with bishop e6, which is not an obvious move, but when you see it on the screen, it makes perfect sense. The bishop was hanging. Also, white definitely wanted to go knight d5, attacking the queen on b6, attacking the pawn on e7. It would have been a very strong option if it was available. And by giving yourself an option of just taking it off the board immediately, you you do yourself a great service. And also, if bishop takes e6, I think we quite happily take with the pawn, right?
And
Because
we might just win the game. Yeah, due to the double attack or triple attack even. Yeah.
So what do we do with white here?
I think Maxim is extremely happy. He got the Grünfeldish position that Grünfeld players should be only dreaming of against the third move g3.
Yeah. I think my first reaction would be to still try to play 95.
So we have to take, yeah?
Yeah, I assume we have to take. I take with the rook. I understand it's a bit awkward. Bishop takes e5 is possible. You can also play e6 and maybe take on e5 with something else. But
I mean, okay, let's take with the bishop first. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if all else completely fails, I have this option, right? Which probably is fine for white with the bishop pair and the passers on the a file and the lack of the bishop on g7. But there's maybe like, what happens if okay. Yeah, we cannot do at all because rook c1.
Rook c1, yeah, beautiful.
Rook c1 wins, yeah.
Yeah, rook d1, let's just show this. Rook d1 and rook takes d1, no way to recapture.
And unfortunately, yeah, you either allow the mate on the h2 square or you drop a full rook here.
Yes.
So, yeah, 95 is critical, but I don't know how well it works. What would be the other options? If we play h3 here, I guess even knight takes e5 is very strong, right? We don't even need to be fancy because it's also hanging now in every single position. And
I mean,
Black is not
bishop
really...
e3 is a tempo, but it does not solve the problem of the c3 knight.
You
and
just
move the queen
somewhere. I don't know, a6 or...
Yes.
Because I want to take on a6 with the queen, which is why I'm choosing the square on the 6th rank.
Yeah, very annoying.
Exactly, yeah. And the more I look at this, the more I think it's just so much easier to play with black. And like this idea of just giving up. Well, he's gone knight a4, a move we have not considered properly.
Wow. Okay, it's possible, but what does it change? Yeah, so if you go queen a6,
maybe we can take.
You just
go bishop b2,
and you have bishop b2. Yeah, thanks to the knight on a4. Excellent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and we are kind of consolidating.
Yes,
we've gotten rid of many of the threats and are about to start trading. So what do we do here as black?
Yeah, then knight a4 was a very nice
queen
touch.
b5 maybe, or I mean some square on the b file. Choose one.
I mean, okay, you have the mouse, you can put it. You can take responsibility. Yes.
He's gone queen a7.
He played queen a7. Aha, so he's eyeing the f2 pawn. Okay. He still keeps an eye on the f2 pawn. Queen a7. And what else is going on? I mean, now bishop takes e6, f takes e6 would be a terrible mistake because the knight on a4 and the pawn on f2 would be terrible. But we got a technical problem. I think Peter froze. We will...
Apologies for that. This is maybe an opportunity for me for once in my life to say that dog ate my homework. I can maybe blame it on Joyce walking into the room and knocking the cable off, but I'm not sure. I was briefly offline, but looks like I'm back on. And B takes A3 has been played by Noribek. I don't see an immediate solution for MVL.
Yeah. I mean, okay, taking the e5 pawn looks very natural, but I mean, bishop e5, bishop b2 is very similar to what we have looked with queen a6.
Yeah. I don't see what having it on a7 gives him, because white is never going to be taking on e6, so there is no way to introduce additional attacks against the f2 pawn. You can take with the knight, but once again, I'm just going to be playing bishop b2, and he made a very, very weird choice. He's gone bishop d7, attacking the knight on a4. And the point, I guess, is that if we do this, which looks promising at first glance, there is queen d4 attacking the rook, and white is not as comfy as we would have thought. But
yeah, but you can also start with knight b6, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. What if we do it this order and play
bishop e3?
Bishop e3 now.
Exactly.
Yeah, this looks borderline winning for white, because now with the rook on a1 protected by the queen, there is no knight f3 check threats. And once the black queen goes somewhere, the rook from d7 will just come back to d1. We're a healthy, currently even 2 pawns up, not 1. But yeah, this is going kind of off the rails here for MVL. Queen b6, rook d7 on the board. Apart from knight e5, there's really nothing to suggest. I mean, bishop e5 doesn't really do anything at all, as far as I can tell.
But okay, on the other hand, you don't let the bishop out to e3. Maybe we don't know how important that is. I mean, hang on. Can I take with the bishop on e5? And after rook b1, play queen f6?
Yeah, I assume there are some cheapos, but
yeah,
I don't know what they are. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to not to blunder here is my problem. Like I'm sure I'm capable of blundering something, but so far I'm not even sure what I'm supposed not to blunder.
No, I mean, my idea was like after h3, bishop c3, bishop d2, knight e5, but I mean, it was doing absolutely nothing.
I mean, even this.
Yeah, and that rook c3, queen c3, and then
even this is not really working. And like, he's taken with the knight. I mean, there's actually an argument for not even including bishop e3 yet, because I think you can go rook d1, and if you give this check, you actually lose because the bishop on a1 drops. But he did play bishop e3. If white didn't have so many pawns on the a file, I would maybe half seriously suggest queen takes e3 here as a move. But these passers will decide the game. You can't do that.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked, that just a couple of moves ago, we were both very happy and praising MVL that he got the dream of all dreams in these positions. And then just 3-4 moves happened with knight a4, Noribek completely disbalanced.
Well, he's done it.
Yeah.
He's done it, actually.
But okay, it's
completely lost. Yeah, I mean, that only really demonstrates just how lost his position was, because I'm sure he knows this is unsavable. Even 1 a-pawn wins here, and 2 a-pawns just win very, very comfortably. Because
the bishop will always be protected. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, the bishop even has an anchor on b3. So yeah, no, this is just very, very dead. Queen b4 or something. I mean, if you give black, I don't know, a lot of moves here to generate some counterplay, maybe it becomes tricky. But the problem is white will not be passing forever. Like, the a-pawn will be on a7 in 5 moves. You're just not going to generate enough activity. Maybe actually time to switch to the lower bracket for a bit, because unless we see something changing dramatically here, I think we know how this game ends.
Yeah, it looks completely hopeless. Yeah, after bishop f8, you have, I mean, all kinds of ideas.
Queen e4.
Yeah.
Queen e4, yeah. He's gone rook c8.
The tempo.
Yeah. None of these things do anything. Yeah, the pawn just goes. White can very happily just ignore whatever it is that black is doing here, because your a-pawn is just much faster than whatever black is trying to pretend is their counterplay. Queen e4 is good. I'm sure queen b7 wins by force, but then maybe you have to calculate a little bit, like in this position. Maybe you will be forced to do one bit of calculating somewhere.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Queen e4, h5, h3, and then we go back to promoting the a pawn. It's completely hopeless. Anyway, Lazavic is significantly better against Leko, as we expected, because Leko somewhere here. Yeah, and this is what happens in these types of exchange Slavs, where you don't solve your problems immediately. You end up having...
It's a torture. It's a complete torture, yeah.
Yeah, like rook ac1 is coming in, so he actually voluntarily had to go knight c6, knight c6, bc6, and lucky for him, he doesn't lose the c6 pawn immediately. But yeah, it's just going to be very, very unpleasant to play.
Yeah, just queen. So even the queen went all the way back to c1?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but why not on the... okay, so he is doing something... I thought he was doing something clever, but actually he will not be able to take on a5, so Anish can play rook e8, and queen a5 still loses the queen. Yeah, knight c5 might win a pawn, though. Does it? Just knight c5, rook c5, and pick this guy up next move.
Yeah, pretty hopeless.
Yeah, looks very, very poor.
I mean, but when was Anish getting outplayed so easily, from the opening, everything? And by the way, Maxim has resigned. Abdusatolov has won the first game, takes the lead against Maxim.
Yeah. And Sotiris informs me that I may have called Anish Peter or something a number of times.
Yeah, exactly, and even twice. Yeah, it was
very funny. You don't know the backstory to it, because I was talking to Sotiris, and in that conversation with Sotiris, I called you Giri, and now I'm doing the reverse on air. I'm losing my mind. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have very similar style and theoretical knowledge with Anish. Yes. It fits.
I'm just old and infirm. Anyway, and in Kramnik Yuan-Yi, this has become quite sharp suddenly.
Yeah, looks very promising for white.
Yeah, it looked like it might just become symmetrical somewhere around here, and then Vlad found a way to not allow it to become symmetrical. And yeah, once you provoke c5, c4, I think you're incredibly happy, because it's just a weakness, and there's no more tension on the queen side with black trying to trade off more stuff. So yeah, white is very much in control here. Knight b6 played. You still have to play well, of course, because it's a passer and it's not that weak yet, but it's definitely a promising position for Vlad.
Yeah, for example, knight b5 is also very tempting.
Knight b5, I guess rook d7 maybe is the only move, but I don't see how it loses.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. And Vlad has opted for rook e1 instead, hitting the bishop immediately.
Yeah, you want to play bishop g6. If bishop g6 doesn't lose, this is where you want this bishop to provide some cover for the king side as well. And now c3 is sort of, I mean, maybe not immediately, but there is some c4, c3 ideas in the air. So he goes knight b5 now. That's a kind of a strange order. Rook d7. Why are we doing this? Do we want this knight on c3 simply for positional purposes, or?
Well, it was basically also the thought behind my knight b5 suggestion. But now that the rook moved from c1, this knight on c3, eventually black bishop moving to d3 might not be so safe at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the last couple of decisions Vladimir has made, because it looks like black's life has become simpler. If I get to play bishop d3 and trade those bishops off and have the d3 square for the rook, I'm not going to suffer all that much, provided we don't get mated on the king side somehow. But I don't see how. So far, queen e8 is just one check. Queen c5 played. So Vlad actually is sort of going in here, yeah?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, very unusual. And I just very briefly want to ask your opinion, because I don't really have an opinion here, because this is kind of unusual. Normally you have 4 against 4 on the king side, or 3 against 3 and the b pawn, and now it's 5 against 5 and the b pawn. How are we doing in terms of winning chances here with white?
Well, the big question what I see is that it might be some kind of a zugzwang position, yeah, because none of the kings really move, and okay, of course, yeah, you can move back to g7. The question, can white activate his king somehow?
Yeah, this is the biggest problem I see here, is that we need this king over there, but f2 is hanging, and I don't immediately see how to improve.
But can we go b5 exactly and put the pawn to b6? Now after king g7 we have king f4, giving up the f2 pawn and marching with the king.
Yeah. So yeah, and king 7 kind of needs to be played, and I think it's time to go in. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And if we try to calculate some stuff like this
should win.
Yeah, the king on g7 is so passive. I'm pretty sure we can sort of give up the entire king side here and win the rook and win, right? So like rook g3, b7, rook b3, we go, I don't know,
king c6.
King c6. Although, like, it still requires calculation, but it feels like we probably should be faster here. I don't know. It's a bit tricky.
Yeah, then he's opted for the safer king g2, king f1, but anyway, he will have to give up his f2 pawn.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this, because it's important. Like, you will not be able to keep all of your kingside structure. Maybe what he wants to do is to play like king e1, f3.
Yes.
King, like, let me demonstrate, because black really does not have any moves anyway. So we go f3, we go king g1, and if rook b3, we go king c2, rook e3, rook c7.
Yeah.
And we're only giving up 1 because b7 is already a threat. This seems promising. And
but
just to mention,
he opted for rook b8, and now I don't like. I mean, better to have the rook on b7 and start moving exactly like you described.
Whoa.
Now king f5.
That is very surprising. Okay, but even king g7, like, what are we planning?
Yeah. No, king f5 does nothing.
Why did we play b7 so early? Like, there was no need for us to commit to this so early. So what's the plan
but
now?
there was also an argument that black could have just waited. For example, king walks all the way to c1, black goes rook to b5, and then king on c3 gets stuck, and black just waits.
So somewhere here we just go like rook b5, we allow king c2, king c3, and we ask for a move.
Yeah, I mean, okay, of course e4 looks very promising.
Yeah, but it could still be ignored, right?
Yeah, but then you're gonna push e5, and then you walk with the king to g5 and go g4. Should be just easy winning.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think this is what he is planning to do now, actually. I think this is exactly what he is intending. So now with the pawn on b7, if, let's say, and yeah, Anish decides he needs to play in more active fashion. But now he will lose to g4, right?
Yeah, now he moves back, king f6.
He goes king f6, king e7. Can we go for the pawn ending here with black? King d6, king c6. I guess if you play king d6, I will go rook d8 check, king c7, rook f8, yeah?
Yes.
So just to demonstrate, king d1, if king d6, I give a check to lure it to c7, and then go rook f8. And I assume this is winning, because then the entire king side will start collapsing. This is a curious rook ending, yeah. I don't think I've seen very many 5 versus 5s.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, so my compass, so to speak, is completely faulty. Like, I have no idea. But now,
Anish, trying to sit, yeah.
Yeah, but now I think he loses to that plan that you were describing. We go king c3, we go e4. It cannot be taken because then the g pawn probably decides. So you have to allow e5. And then the king gets to g5, and black is still completely helpless to stop it. And then we start opening up the king side.
Yeah.
And Vladi is just winning, right? 97 check is a full exchange. But yeah, something has gone badly wrong there for Yuan Yi. And yeah, Vladi will win game 1 probably. And game 2 of our winners bracket has begun, and it's We've missed a lot of action here, but it was a knight d5 Sveshnikov. And some very committal decisions were made very, very quickly. For instance, here, none of this is like black can stop this from happening after a4. You can, if you want, you can play a6, a5, for instance. So black allowed white to achieve this grip on the queen side, and then played e4 and changed the structure in this fashion.
Yeah.
Where, what do we think about this?
Well, first of all, what comes to mind is that this is exactly Fabiano Caruana's idea against Magnus Carlsen's World Championship match 2018. And who is the coach of Noribek Abdusatov? Rustam Kasimjanov. Yes, so who was probably part of inventing this whole system from the white side. He might have told Noribek that, you know what, this d takes e5 might look a bit strange, but actually it has a lot of venom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
those are my very first thoughts.
And this is interesting to watch what MVL doesn't reply, because, I mean, c4 looks like the most obvious move in the world. And he actually starts with bishop c4 in order, I guess, to create the threat of d6 check and to have the couple of moves to stop f5, f4 from happening very easily, at least. Because we now have the rook on e1 stopping it from being playable immediately. And now we start pushing, because of course white would want to play c4, b4, c5, d6, and then we are probably winning because that structure would be unbreakable. And now finally black starts doing something against it. Bishop c5, trying to put it on d4, bishop c3, and now e3, fe, f4. And finally something is happening in the center. King h1, queen h4.
Razor sharp.
Yeah, very, very sharp.
I even don't have any idea, any clue what to say, that who is better and why.
You have to calculate. Yeah, there's no way to guess. You have to calculate. The first thing that needs to be calculated is, can we take on e5? Which is apparently not a good move, judging by how much the bar hates it, but would have been my first guess. I think the ideal scenario for me with white here would be if I could somehow provoke bishop takes e3, give up that exchange, immediately recapture with the queen, and not lose any of my central pawns. Then I would feel like I'm fully in control on the king side, because I think without the bishop on c5, I'm never getting mated. And then I can go back to pushing stuff on the king side and on the queen side and in the center. But maybe that's a bit simplistic. He goes ef. That would be an unbelievably difficult move for me to make. Just opening up this diagonal, allowing queen f2, allowing all kinds of things. That would be a very, very difficult move for me to make.
Yeah, but on the other hand, yeah, if it works, it makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I was even wondering if we can
f4.
play like rook f6, but Noribek just recaptures himself. Do we play bishop d4 here? Does it lose to f3? So many questions.
Yeah, a lot of questions. I mean, okay, bishop d4 looks like a very natural move.
Yeah, it's what your eye is immediately drawn to. Just once again, stopping queen f2, just trying to fight against this bishop. f3 is a reply. Bishop d6 maybe is a reply, trying to reintroduce the threat of f4, f3.
But then we have queen f3.
Yeah, and queen f2. Queen f3 would not be enough, but you have queen f2 here. And you win a very, very important tempo attacking this queen on h4. So f3 doesn't happen immediately. So that's an improvement. And by the way, yeah, and Denis Lazovic actually starts with a win against Anish. So both of our low bracket games have finished with white victories, and Lazovic and Kramnik both just need a draw to progress to the finals of the, not the finals actually, semifinals of the lower bracket.
Yes. And look at this. Anish is also going all in with an h4 move in a classical f3 Nimzo.
Have you seen this ever?
Well, yes, because I noticed that computers suggest the move h4. But I think it's still a novelty.
Yeah,
Kind of.
like,
But there is always this conversation that is it a novelty if the computer already suggested?
yeah,
It's,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I have to say it's one of the strangest positions for the computer to suggest h4 in my book, but yeah, it just does it everywhere these days. Just feels like getting the pawn to h6 is such a massive thing that it's worth spending 3 tempi on it. Knight fd7 played quite quickly by Dennis, who you also have to suspect may have seen this before, because just as Peter is saying, even if it's completely fresh, if you're a serious Nimzo player and you at any point in recent times have looked at 4f3, you will have noticed that the modern engines are interested in this. So h5, h6, g4, yeah, it is very much an all-in. Yeah,
I mean, in the losers bracket, the anyway have only 2 games, yeah. So there is no time to heal the ones, yeah. You need to bounce back immediately.
Absolutely. You need to play like this. These are 2-game matches. If he doesn't win this game, he's out. Nobody has any more chances in the low brackets. So, okay, what's the reaction here? I'm kind of tempted, but the problem is, never play f6 is the problem. Like Ben Feingold would be telling us that this is a horrible mistake, but just stopping, like hard stopping g5 seems like a thing that you might want to do. He goes knight c5, and yeah, Anish is not stopping for anything. Just g5 straight away. Anish still above the starting time here.
Yeah, I think that there was a match between Salem and Denis Lazovic, where already Lazovic has showed that he's going for this classical line, and probably Anish has spotted that and then thought that this is a good moment to try to play h4 line. I mean, this h4 idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is why I was wondering about just not allowing this to happen at all. I understand that, apart from the, meme reasons of not wanting to disappoint Mr. Feingold, it's not a very pleasant move to make. In some positions, maybe queen d6 will actually attack the pawn on e6 and so on. Like maybe white goes like king f2 here. And if you play knight c5, maybe queen d6 is a bit awkward because you don't have good squares or something like that. But knight c5, g5, if you don't know exactly what's going on here, if you don't have like hard knowledge that this works for black, this looks scary. I guess I start by playing rook d8. Maybe.
Yeah, looks like a solid start. But okay, where does white put his queen? Yeah, probably queen c2.
c2, I guess, yeah. My point is, if we just kind of naively, if we take on g5, h6, g6, I understand, of course, it's completely horrible, but the problem is queen d4 just wins a full piece straight away. And by playing rook d8, I'm at least denying white any access to the d4 square. But now c3 is not hanging. So there are definitely drawbacks to that as well. I think we should maybe let him think here a little bit. And yes, I will mention that MVL made a move that is very, very stunning. I guess we want either rook h5 or queen h5 next, which is the explanation for this really odd-looking rook e1, e5 here. But yeah, I would not have guessed that.
I mean, when I saw it on the board, my heart was immediately saying, "That's it. That's the move I was looking for." If it really works, and
if it works, yeah. Yeah, bishop e2 maybe.
Yeah, just get out and then queen f1. We are anyway chasing that queen away.
Yeah. No, my first reaction was let's play f3. Mm-hmm. First of all, stopping any of the white pieces getting to the h5 square, and also introducing a little threat of bishop d6.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, how to react. I mean, g3 would be kind of natural if I can.
Yeah, I think we start with g3 because the queen doesn't really have very nice squares. You could probably go to h6. But what I've achieved by including f3 and g3 here is we no longer have to worry about that. And we do have some bishop h3 ideas.
But okay, I will chase you with queen d2.
Okay. Yeah, that's...
Because I know that if I give you one extra move for bishop h3, you will checkmate me, so I have to kick you away.
Even that wasn't so obvious. Just like to mention what's happening there, I'll make a waiting move. Like, even if this happens, we still have queen f1, and we're still not actually doing that poorly, I don't think. But of course, there's absolutely no reason for white to pass. So queen d2. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. It's just that, yeah, rook e5 just kind of shook me a little bit because I was not... It wasn't on my radar at all, that move. Okay, what else do we have? We have bishop g4, but then I guess queen e1 is the point.
Then bishop f2?
Yeah, bishop f2, g3, yeah. Hang on. So what's the reply here? Maybe bishop e2?
Hang on, but also after bishop f2, you have rook e7, maybe.
Whoa.
Maybe you have this.
Yeah, because I'm actually losing more material than I'm gaining, yeah? That's pretty cute.
I mean, you have some drawing chances, but yeah, it's
yeah, I mean, we're
funny.
I think we're happy with white here. Even if we are not completely winning, we're quite happy. And I don't have quieter moves? No. Rook e7 is beautiful. Because it's either that endgame or maybe rook f7, but after rook f7 takes queen e5, I think this probably is just completely lost.
Yeah.
Because everything is hanging and bishop g3 is not really made. We can play h3 if we have to.
Yeah, MVL with rook e5, yeah, that's the move. I mean, it feels like this Marshallish move, yeah, like rook e4 and fighting against this queen on h3. Very similar feelings.
Yeah, and Noribek is down 5 minutes on the clock here. He's been thinking for, I think they were even on the clock until this move. And now there's this very, very long pause. I will actually just check because I'm curious, because this has been, by the standards of rapid play, this has been a very long thing. Yeah, he's been thinking for more than 5.5 minutes after rook e5.
Wow, so it also had a big impact on him.
Yeah.
No, he's not clearly calculating, because rook h5 is a threat, so fc or bishop g4, and this fc, g3, queen h6, queen d2 was a problem, and against bishop g4, queen e1, and bishop f2, rook e7.
Yeah, and he ends up just going rook e8 here. Just completely ignoring what we assumed were a massive threat. So what's the reply if I go queen h5?
I don't know.
Because queen f2 bishop...
trade.
Yeah, queen f2 bishop d3, I think we get mated with black. Just sort of straight up mated. Because white now has the bigger threats on the king's side. And there's really nothing going on here yet. You have to start defending. And if you have to start defending, it's not going to work for you. So we might have to trade. And then our hope is that this rook is somehow badly misplaced, but I don't think it's misplaced badly enough for black to have too many hopes. Like, yeah, maybe g6, maybe?
Yeah, g6, rook but then rook e5, we come back.
Takes, we go f3.
But that doesn't do much, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, we can even maybe play bishop back to c3 and go for b4.
Yeah. In the meantime, something really weird happened in the Yuan Yi Kramnik game. They were playing some kind of a very quietish anti-Berlin. This wasn't, it looks like an Italian because a5 bishop a7 is on the board. But actually it was an anti-Berlin with d3 and c3. Well, bishop a4 here. Yeah, people are doing this in all kinds of positions now. And then Vlad, for some reason, went for this really old school plan of knight h5, queen f6. And then he took on d4 and took on c3, e5, d5, bishop b4. And he seems to be in a lot of trouble now.
Wow. So quickly.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that this is a must-draw game. This really feels like you just, like, in particular for Vladi, just go knight e7, knight g6, play a game of chess. Feels just so unnecessary to kind of go all in here with black.
Yeah, and also I think Yuanji is very strong in all these complications, calculations. He's not the guy to bluff.
Yeah, and I mean, for him, it's just a very clear choice. He wants as sharp a game as possible. So whenever some kind of a challenge like this will be presented to him, he will accept it because he, quite clearly wants this to be a tactical mess. Back to MVL, by the way, where I think he played rook h5. Yeah, he played rook h5 instead of queen h5, which it's possible, but the queens are not traded. This one is still alive on f2, and if you give black time to play f3, it will become very scary. So I'm assuming you have to play like queen f1 or something like that.
Yeah, but then what did we achieve by not going queen h5?
Yeah, I don't really understand this. So queen f1 is one move. Can we play queen g2?
No, but it's getting more and more ugly. Yeah, I don't know. It's takes bishop g4 and then bishop e2. You have
but like where does this really doesn't look that clear anymore. Rook takes h6. Whoa.
Wow. Well, if it works, it's sensational, but evaluation but does not seem to agree.
So what's the plan after gh? We want to play queen h5 or what?
H5.
Let's try to work it out.
Yes, very interesting. But rook f6 is a move.
Whoa.
Rook f6 is a move.
That's gonna hurt.
Then rook f1 is coming. Just the beginning.
And now we go.
Yeah, crazy.
What do we play here?
Yeah, rook f6 on the board.
I guess we could. I guess we just go queen e3 because there's actually there's actually no checks in this position.
Wow.
We're still controlling all the checking squares and the rook is hanging. Yeah, rook f6 also already played by Noviberg. This is massively important because if Noviberg wins this game, he is pretty much in the winner's final. He will be 2-0 up with 2 to go.
Yeah, it will be. And okay, Maxim had such a big time advantage. There was just no reason for him to go rook h5 with 7-8 minutes on the clock against 2. Queen h5, trade the queens, get the technically winning position, and then somehow with good time, you definitely gonna be able to convert it.
Yeah. I think what happened was he missed rook f6 and he thought rook h5. He thought he just calculated everything.
Yes.
Like queen f2 is like if the queen goes back, we don't worry. Queen f2, bishop d3, you absolutely have to play h6 because I assume g6 loses to rook h7, which is a pretty but not very difficult tactic. So h6 and we go rook h6, queen h5, and we quote unquote win. But unfortunately, and everything else loses here. But rook f6 unfortunately does not lose.
Yeah, and rook f6, rook f1, queen is on the board, and it's basically 0-1. I don't really see a way to
it's very actually this is still I'll close. Yeah, I need to. I still have my piece of dark tape not showing me the engine line on my main screen, but I had the brackets open on a different computer and they were giving me hints. In order to continue the game, you can play bishop g6 here. and it loses, but I don't know how immediately obvious what it loses to is. Because I think it's, yeah, he's gone rook f3, which hang on, and resign, I guess, because that loses to something. Hang on, let me try and find that game because, okay, that loses to queen g1 mate.
Checkmate, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of, for a second there, I couldn't understand why the game disappeared immediately. So now that the game is over, I can show you what the computer hinted was the win here, which I think is missable, honestly. It would have
But
been interesting
f3
to
was
see.
the move, no? Or not?
F3 maybe is also good, but it wasn't on my screen for some reason. Maybe just GF is playable. Queen e2 is winning here because after takes, bishop takes f6 loses to f3.
Here f3, yeah, because
Yeah.
queen e2 was my other idea.
Yeah, and you can't even give up this exchange because unfortunately you get mated on the back rank.
And besides, even it would not be an exchange because g6 bishop is hanging as well. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, nothing works.
Yeah, for a second there, you're 2 pawns up, and then after f3, you realize that you're kind of getting mated, and maybe bishop e4 stops the mate, but then you're completely lost after simply rook e4, rook f4, rook c4. Okay, so this is 2-0 up for Nodibek, which is obviously an absolutely dream scenario. Let's take a look at the lower bracket for a sec. This is Anish versus Lazovic. Engine says this is completely winning for white. I don't immediately see why, but I guess the black king side is just so vulnerable that something like takes and knight h4 might just be winning, right?
Yeah,
knight
you
h4
have to
forces king h7, and now there has to be something, maybe f5 or something. Yeah, just f5 maybe. You just don't have enough defenders. It looks like you will get mated because ef, now you lose to knight f5, king g8, bishop c4. So you kind of have to play g takes f5, and now I just need, I don't know, maybe rook a2 is just winning, yeah? Just rook a2, rook g2, something like this.
It's a total massacre.
Yeah, it just looks horrible. And there might be something even cleaner, but this is my first approximation of why the bar is so much in favor of Anish. Because if you give black some time in this position, if you don't give mate immediately and you give black time, I don't know, to play e6, e5, and or I don't know, b6, bishop b7, or even just simply rook f7,
rook
takes h7,
yes.
yeah, it could become a bit of a game. Could become a bit of a game, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Anish can stop it from becoming a game here. And in the other one, Vlad managed to sort of stabilize by playing takes on f2, queen b6 check, nice little combo here. At least getting some pieces off the board and bringing his stuff back in, but
this you can imagine a technical win, no?
You can imagine this becoming a bit of a problem to win very cleanly, but it should still be winning. Yeah, this is the position. Black does have 3 pawns for the piece, but the pieces are not particularly well placed. If the queens come off, b7 will be hanging. White has the more active pieces. Seems like you should not be saving this position. Oh yeah, and I didn't describe what's happening in the Nodibek versus MVL match correctly, because it is the winner's final. It's not the grand final, but it is absolutely the winner's final. And then he will play whoever wins the lower bracket. Yeah, and king f8 is just I guess a blunder, because rook takes b7 just wins this pawn on b7 for nothing. Queen d4, knight d4. Yeah, I think somewhere here you could be excused not continuing, because without the b pawn, like, all of these things will fall. You needed your entire structure on the queen side to have chances.
So it seems like we might be getting 2 Armageddons, because both white players are bouncing back.
And Anish has gone for a more kind of a straightforward, I guess I would describe it, way to win here, where he did not go knight h4. He's still preserving the pawn on h7 alive. He went e5. fe5, knight takes e5. You have to take on e5 because obviously allowing knight takes g6 is not possible. And then I guess we go knight
No,
takes
but
c3.
bishop d4. You go
bishop d4. Yeah,
d4.
sorry. Yeah, bishop d4, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. And now rook f5 and bishop d3 wins immediately, right?
Yeah, wins everything.
Because after rook h5, unfortunately for black, the pawn on h7 is protected, so this is mate. This is mate.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this went pretty fast and very smoothly for Anish. Using the h4 bomb, and it was clear that Denis was not ready for it.
Yeah, I think the game shows quite clearly that Denis did not actually see this before, and his reaction was not the best. Because like this is move 12, and by move 20, it's this position, which looks horrible.
Yeah, and black has also moved the rook to d8 and then moved the rook back to f8. It's just two very big tempos that he lost.
Yeah, and here he resigns, not unexpectedly, so this will be an Armageddon, and we will find out what they bid pretty soon. And Kramnik decides to continue. Of course, why not? There's no reason to give up yet, but objectively, I think with the loss of the b7 pawn, your chances are not massive. Like it feels like maybe the best scenario you can find is the entire queenside disappears. Let's say one pair of knights disappear, and you play rook against rook and knight, and you play 3 against 2. And sometimes those positions are a little bit tricky to win, but they are generally speaking winning. In particular, I think with the knight. With the bishop, they get, I think, more problematic.
Yeah, with the knight, I once had it, and I thought that it's going to be a very difficult affair, but I rather smoothly converted it. So I have nice memories.
Yeah. And yeah, people are asking about the tournament format. Let me link once again the brackets for our division, and you can edit this link choosing like if you replace 2 with 1 or 3 at the end of that link, you can get division 1 or division 3. And game 3 of Abdusatorov MVL has begun, and Abdusatorov very understandably reacts to the Ragozin by playing the safest, the most kind of straightforward theoretical line there is, which is, you know, the home of a lot of very well-known grandmaster repetitions. MVL probably will not be doing any of that, but it's a solid choice.
Yeah, very solid one. I mean, yeah, and he goes for c6. Yeah, he wants to avoid any kind of forced lines because those are very drawish.
Yeah,
I mean, but this is slightly passive. On the other hand, keeping some pieces alive.
Yeah. So this will be like the every time I have to ask my partner in commentary whether it's the Moscow or the anti-Moscow, because I always mix them up. Yeah. Is this the Moscow or the anti-Moscow?
Me too. I mean, okay, let's call it then Ragozin with bishop g5 h6, bishop takes f6.
No, yeah, this is the Moscow because the anti-Moscow is bishop h4. We're talking about very specifically in the semi-Slavs. There is this line, and white has a choice of taking on f6 and playing e3 here, or playing bishop h4, where basically black is more or less obliged to go either for the pure Botvinnik or to go for what is called the anti-Moscow, which is this absolutely fantastic position because, yeah, it's a lot of fun to analyze. At some point, I even participate in that particular fun. Played it quite seriously with black for about a year or two, and then decided that there is no way I want to spend all my life updating these files because something is happening like at least in those days, it was like the mid 2000s. You felt like you took your eyes off the theory of this variation for like a week, and 5 extremely important novelties would come in, and you would need to update all of your files. And I just thought, okay, I give up. I'll go back to the Grunfeld. If I want to do this much work, at least I have a solid base in the Grunfeld where I feel like I have some idea. But instead, of course, you can play bishop takes f6, and this is basically what they have on the board. with black having played bishop b4, which is normally not where this bishop goes. It goes either to d6 or it goes to g7.
Yeah, exactly for the reason that we see in the game, that with the bishop on b4, this bishop is compromised. White is attacking it nicely with a3, and if you retreat the bishop to d6, white can eventually also advance in the center with e4. But okay, how big is this problem? Yeah, because it might give some double-edged positions.
Exactly, I was thinking about this. Because I think objectively, if you want to play for an advantage against, let's say, d takes c4, you're supposed to play e5. But then it becomes a bit double-edged. But I mean, considering the match situation, I think he just does this, right? Which is normally nothing at all, but it's also extremely solid. Like, there's no way black will ever be playing this for a win.
Yeah, but there is this other option that he opted for: d takes e4, knight e4, and then move the bishop back, and then
maybe bishop f4, yeah? Like,
yes,
win this tempo, play f5, play, I don't know, I wanted to play c5, d5, e5, but then the bishop needs to already be on c7 or
but
b8,
even you can play something like g5, g4, kick that knight away.
Yeah.
If we are playing all in, we don't care about the result, we can do that.
I think we'll see something like that, yeah, because MVL, once again, in this position, if you want to equalize, okay, he doesn't go all in yet. He decides to play it slightly more coy. I was sort of expecting the immediate all in on the king side here. Yeah, the Peter files, very, very legendary collection of files where Twitch chat is teasing me about my opening work. Correctly, I am always available to be teased about the quality of my opening work.
Well, but to be fair, this anti-Moscow stuff was really completely crazy. I mean, if you spend 1 month of your life, you understood you need 2 more. If you spend 2 more, you need half a year. It will just never end.
Yeah, it was absolutely, and that was with, like, I don't know how many generations of engine progress ago. So you couldn't even really trust what the engines were telling you very easily, and it was complicating everything quite significantly. But even with modern engines, I'm pretty sure that if you go really deeply into those complications, you will be kind of in trouble trying to properly orientate yourself. Yeah, I think MVL is probably doing the right thing, just not really committing to anything just yet. Like, he wants bishop b7 and c5, and he's keeping the option of playing f5 in his back pocket. In the meantime, in the other game, this is interesting to me. Why is he taking on c7? I was really expecting rook a5 here.
Well, but knight e6 check might be a mating threat or mating construction.
Yeah, knight e6 and then rook f7, knight f6, and just actually give mate to the king on h8. Because I would be a bit worried leaving this pawn alive on a2. Generally, I would be less than entirely happy. And the Armageddon is about to start, and the bidding was Anish bid 10.48, and Lazavik bet 10 minutes sharp, so he gets the black pieces and the draws, and they are playing already.
Wow, but look at this. I mean, there was this instant bidding procedure. So basically, Dennis had almost no time to prepare for the next game, and it's Anish who deviates from d4 and trying to target him in the same variation. I think this also tells about the objective value of h4, yeah, that it was a sensational weapon for one surprise game, but probably Anish doesn't trust it for anything more.
Either that, or also, I really don't know Denis's opening repertoire that well, but maybe he has other things rather than the Nimzo, and Anish decided not to not to have to deal with, I don't know, the Grunfeld or the QGA or whatever. But yeah, it is now an attempted Berlin, to which Anish says no, and then takes on c6, goes castles, knight d7. And here, interestingly, Anish just goes for this kind of a slow regrouping with knight c3, knight e2. And a somewhat unusual to my eyes plan shown by Lazavic, who goes f6 and then b6 and develops this bishop to b7. I don't think I've seen this very often. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this very often.
Yeah, and Anish opted for knight d2, a5, c3. He just wants to keep the structure. He wants to play against the bishop on b7 and the bishop on d6.
Yeah.
Because whenever black tries to break with c6, c5, white wants to go b4, b5. Keeping that structure and putting the knight on c4.
Yeah, I guess we can ignore it for now. Just castle. Yeah, that's what he does. And white goes knight g3. Allowing knight f5 seems, yeah, I think we pretty much always play g6. It's not a very pretty move to make, but letting this knight land on f5 is even less attractive. And the other Armageddon will start soon as well, because Yuan Yi did convert his massive advantage into a full point against Vladimir. So we're getting a lot of excitement in the lower bracket today.
Bishop h6, rook fe8.
Rook e8. I like rook e8 because we would like to be able to kick the queen away from g4 immediately, I think, if it lands there.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Knight c4, queen e6. Do we... Yeah, the problem for Anish here is that you can't... I mean, I don't know if it's much of a problem for him specifically, but for me, I would be very unsure about, trades like knight takes d6, which he's done, because it looks correct, but it also simplifies the position a little bit. Makes black's decisions slightly easier to understand, maybe. So,
but probably he believes in the attack with f4.
I think he has to. Yeah, I think he has to go f4. The other option would be to maybe play d4, but yeah,
it's the other, but it's the more positional, strategical. Yeah, and in a must-win situation, probably he wants to attack as quickly as possible.
And I think the reply probably is we take. What do you take with?
Well, rook takes maybe.
Rook takes. Like, if I'm not getting mated yet, I would like to play d5 here, but I'm worried. I'm definitely worried if I have this with black.
Yeah, but maybe it's not so simple. Yeah, and Anish goes for f4. Of course, you have to go for f4. And
is knight e2 a move here?
Wow, very interesting.
Maybe it's a little bit too deep. Yeah, we don't really.
But okay, interesting.
Yeah, the question is, honestly, is it completely impossible to play g5? The engine says yes, I just don't understand why.
I mean, okay, knight d4. I mean, you just
knight d4, knight f5. Yeah, he takes with the bishop. Then it just instantly snaps on b4, giving white a choice. I think normally you would like to do this, but it allows black to get more pieces off the board. I don't think I mind, though, because if we do this, queen a7 is a very annoying threat. So maybe you have to play rook a8. And we choose a square here. I don't know, c1, d1 somewhere. d1 maybe. And why is it there? Like, we're trying to give mate. We don't really care about... Maybe we do. I'm sort of torn about how I feel about this position. Because normally you don't really want to give up full control over the A file, but it feels like we're going to be going all in at some point, so why not? And yeah, Anish decides the other way, just says, I need all of the pieces still on the board. And c5 is the reply, because of course black, the one problem Denis has here is the bishop on b7 wasn't playing, so he is trying to include it in the game.
Yeah, now black with very nice little moves actually clarifies the situation. Now it doesn't look bad at all. I mean, this looks decent.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're supposed to, we kind of announced to the world we're going all in. I just don't know how.
Yeah, where is the all in?
Yeah, I'm struggling to figure out where's my all in here. Like, what do we sacrifice? Like, how do we...
I mean,
Out of
my
the-
all-in approach was taking with the rook by trying to sacrifice something, but there also with d5 you hit me and I wasn't sure how to continue. So maybe we got also overexcited by this f4 direction. Maybe d4 was the better move objectively, who knows?
Yeah, hard to say. It's these are very tricky little questions that you have to answer on the fly. I will note that Denis gave a 5-minute handicap here for his draw odds, and that difference is now down to less than 2 minutes. H3 is the choice by Anish. I guess
it's a sign that something went wrong.
Yes, but also I think it's a good move because he needs to like creating this luft for the king on g1 is very useful. Nothing is hanging in the center, and also he is sort of passing the baton of the decision making to his opponent and saying, "Now you choose what the structure is going to be in the center."
But
95 very logical. BC. Queen c3 played. Yeah, the white king is still a little bit safer. It's useful to control knight g4 checks if we have to play king h2 later. I kind of like what Anish has done here. Bishop a6. Yeah, I assume we go rook fd1 because allowing knight d3 seems strange. c4. It's a bit of a double-edged move because on the one hand, we are establishing this very nice base of operations on d3. On the other, we are sort of killing off our own piece. Rook d5.
I mean, what strikes me is that Denis is taking these decisions very quickly.
Instantly, yeah, very, very quickly. I would have actually thought in this position about other options. I would like, if possible, to keep the bishop on b7, to be honest, just to have pressure against the e4 pawn.
Yeah, Anish went for rook d5.
Yep.
But we got carried away that we even did not see the update of Abdusatulov Vashi Lagrav.
Yeah, we'll go there for a second. So after rook d8, Norbek played rook e1, bishop d3, rook ce2, and MVL decided now is the time when c5, d5, ed5, seemingly opening up exactly the file that MVL was begging him. So sorry, that Norbek is begging him to open, but he says, I don't see anything wrong with this. My construction is sturdy enough.
But the bishop on f4 can be a target.
Yeah. If now you're kind of wishing it was back on f8, yeah?
Yes.
Because g3 is a legitimate, very strong threat. And also just to mention, there's a bunch of problems with this, but the major one and the one we all know is, of course, this little tactic, which it's never too late to introduce our viewers to this particular tactic. And either the rook gets distracted and we pick up the queen, or the back rook gets lost.
Yes.
a6, very understandable. The simple reply, of course, is just to play a4. But you also could ask yourself, can I just not win material? And he goes g3, in fact, g3, b5, and just go bishop a2 here. I guess MVL wants to play something like c4 and then knight takes d5, because I don't know what else he can even try. Maybe b4, but b4 knight e4 doesn't look very good.
Yeah, he needs to gamble, go for some bluff, but
yeah, it doesn't look.
Yeah, somehow my feeling is
convincing.
also that it's so difficult to bluff the young generation. Yeah, they are not scared; they are calculating like machines. It's not like our old generation. Hang on. Actually, after c4, gf, knight d5 takes. Maybe white has bishop b1.
Yeah,
there is a back rank.
stopping queen h6 check as well. Very useful move. Yeah, because bishop f3 now just loses to the back rank problems. Yeah, knight d5 played. Yeah, I think Norbek is very likely to go for this, unless maybe queen g6 check is an improvement, but then maybe knight g5 is winning. Knight g5, the point being bishop takes d5, I can once again take queen takes d5. It's just a constant source of problems. Yeah, he goes knight d5. And I think if not for the fact that knight takes d5 appears to be winning by force, this maybe would have been a decent practical shot. Because if you have to play kind of any other move, it's not that easy.
Yeah, not at all. It's so tempting to have this option.
And in the meantime, I think Anish has achieved sort of what he wanted to achieve, but it might not be enough. After rook d5, the rook got chased around a little bit, and then eventually it got traded. And this is a very nice construction. This diagonal is like, obviously Black would very much like to have this pawn back on g7, or better yet, have this pawn on g7 so that the f5 and h5 squares are also covered. But there's just not enough stuff on the board to create too many threats.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Nodiebek has opted for knight takes d5, bishop b1, and I believe that this will seal the match victory for him.
Yeah, I think this is the end. Because, yeah, you can't even play queen f6 because queen d5 is winning.
Yeah.
And White wants to play bishop b4 and just start trading. Yeah, this has to be the end. And MVL, if the match situation wasn't 0-2, maybe he would continue for a bit. But yeah, I mean, he still plays queen d7. Clever move, by the way, hinting at some queen h3 ideas. But there is no threat. Apart from queen g4. Queen g4 is a threat. Yeah, queen g4 is a threat. Yeah, so what's the cleanest solution? Yeah, this is clever by Maxim. I mean, my point is maybe I can play h3.
Yeah, that's
which looks ridiculous, but maybe I can play h3. And bishop f3, queen d7 is mate because rook e8 in the end, and also as we've shown, queen h3, queen d5 is basically mate. But I guess Black plays, I don't know, king f8 or g6 or something, and we now have two things hanging. But maybe now we win with bishop b4.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's not an easy sequence of
No, it's kind of funny. And some things happened here, which I think probably work out in Denis's favor, because he, after rook b8, king h2, he just gave up the pawn on f6 for activity. And now he is trying to provoke e4, e5, after which this becomes such a monster. And the only way not to play e5 here is maybe bishop h4, but now even g5 maybe is playable, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, well, looking actually like Black has very nicely coordinated his pieces, and
yeah, I'm sort of struggling to equalize with White.
Yeah.
I can see on my screen that the position is fine for White somehow, but for me personally, I'm struggling to equalize. I don't quite understand why White is not in massive trouble, because if you play e5, like I think you lose to queen d2 immediately pretty much, because this is a little bit too much.
Well, and the problem for Anish is that he needs to win this game, yeah? So, I mean, just equalizing, because maybe queen e1 is kind of a move that I'm maybe holding.
No, but there's queen d5 there. No, you can't do that.
Then it's finished, yeah.
You can't do that. I think it is bishop h4, and then after g5, I don't know, you go king h1 and you start jumping or something, I don't know.
But here the rook g3 comes.
Yeah.
Or e5 here maybe, I don't know. But
yeah, maybe e5 now. No, e5 once again, queen d5 or
yeah.
queen d2 or something.
No, it's...
Yeah, bishop h4 played. Let's see what Denis does, because g5 is also, I don't think g5 is forced. I think you can definitely make an argument for, let's say, bishop takes e4. Just win this pawn back and continue playing. We don't really have to, but I just don't see the refutation of g5. And in the meantime, I'll just briefly show that Nodiebek does go h3. Yeah, he is pretty cool under pressure here, just not worried. Not worried. And pretty sure I assume we will start getting information about the bidding in the Kramnik Yang Yi match.
Well, and after g5, if we go rook d1, then also you have queen f4, you have many...
Yeah, I don't know why this is an improvement, right?
Yeah,
g5 played, so yeah, let's see what Anish... Rook f5, rook g5 check maybe is a perpetual, but no, it's not. Because I run to e8, and then I play knight f8, and the checks will certainly run out. No, okay. I'm so confused because I can see I can see white is not losing, but I don't know why. Queen c1. Maybe Queen c1. Yeah, or
Maybe.
yeah. Queen c1 because it also attacks this guy.
Ah, okay. Yes, it's double attack.
Okay. At least we're getting somewhere. He's gone rook d1, and now, yeah, Queen f4 is very strong, and probably only Queen f4. Yeah, maybe Queen c7 doesn't look right. Queen f4.
Yeah, Queen f4 is so tempting also. Huh?
Yeah. Or maybe some quieter move. No, Queen g6 allows knight f5. We never want to unpin the knight on g3.
Rook d3 played.
Rook d3.
Okay,
That
that's
is
a surprise.
very, very surprising.
Yes.
Because now we can just take and take. And we control d2, meaning that d2 queen d1 actually just drops this pawn.
And look at the body language of Anish. Immediately changed, like he believes that, wow, hang on, I mean, I got a chance.
Yeah, now he feels like he is in with a shout now. Yeah, queen f4 was strong, but for some reason the main move, the best move was queen b8. I just gave up and asked. I have no idea why queen b8 is supposed to be stronger than queen f4 here. But yeah, so this is now the position, and
the problem with queen f4 was that white could play rook f1 back. Yeah, probably.
maybe, yeah, or queen.
Yes.
No, I think the reason for that is if you compare queen f4 and queen b8 here, after queen b8 and the move like queen d4 or queen c1, the rook on b3 is not hanging. So we just take on h4 quite comfortably.
Wow. Yes.
But yeah, all of those things seem a lot more logical than what Denis has done. This is now extremely losable. Because white, first of all, is a pawn up, and secondly, there's an outside passer. And as long as the queens are actually still on the board, white could very easily develop a very strong mating attack. The clocks are level, though, which is something in Denis's favor.
Yeah, but white's king is so much safer. Yeah, that's a big thing.
In the meantime, Nodibek wins his winner's final 3-0. Very, very convincing victory for him today. And he is now awaiting the winner of the loser's bracket, and they will play tomorrow.
No. Yes. He's waiting,
tomorrow, yeah.
but I mean, MVR will have to be in action today still.
Yeah, MVL will play the winner of this.
Yes. No, the winner of
the winner of
the winner of the
yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's a
and
long
the betting
day.
Yeah, and the betting in the UNG Kramnik actually bet under 9 minutes, 8:59, and UNG bet 10:58. So UNG is white and playing against 9 minutes on the clock.
So there is a small little finesse, because yesterday UNG bidded I think 11 minutes exactly, and Vincent was 10:59, and now he moved to 10:58. Yeah, he wants to he wanted to secure black, but Vladimir tricked him.
Yeah, and they're repeating the previous game, and just as I mentioned, just go knight e7, knight g6. Now he's doing the classical thing. But we'll continue watching this Armageddon first, because
of course
it's far more progressed. And now you can see the knight, which was sort of completely pinned on g3, is now nicely placed on g2. Black, of course, is not helpless here. The pawn on d3 is still alive, and the king on f7 is actually now pretty safe with all of the white pieces away from it. It's just difficult to generate counterplay. And also the a-pawn will at some point start running. I wonder if you're supposed to play bishop c6 and try to stop it crossing, because the moment it's allowed to cross, it goes forward.
Yeah, I was very afraid of this.
Maybe we go bishop c6 now, in attack it.
Can we?
Well, we're controlling the a5 square, which is why I'm sort of happy about it.
Yeah,
sort of, yeah. This is played, and Anish instantly goes knight c4. So if we take, do we get mated, or does it just win the pawn on d3? Because if it's only the pawn on d3, I mean, I have a feeling you still lose long term because of just how annoying this position is, but I think it's an improvement. He goes queen e4. Very committal choice. Very interesting choice, by the way. But then maybe 95 check.
Yeah.
Maybe 95 check. And yeah, where do you
wants
go?
To go king f5 or what?
But then queen f2 wins, right? Queen f2, king e6 only move, knight takes e6. Queen takes e6, queen e... No, we don't actually win the... And he's gone knight f3 in that position. Which is probably very strong, yeah, because suddenly all kinds of forks are being threatened. King d7 is the choice. And yeah, I assume queen a7 check is now winning material or something. Or you can just play a5 and improve. Yeah, I think Anish is winning this now.
Yeah, Anish is winning.
Pretty confident that Anish will win this. Because it's just so much easier to create threats in a position like this than to parry the threats. King c8, and now I guess you get mated after queen b6 or something. Yeah. Queen b6 just probably wins on the spot. End of game. Yeah.
In general, it should, yeah.
Yeah, just end of game.
Wow, what a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, what a turnaround. Because yeah, I mean, after queen f4, you can play queen g4, but then you're worse. At least that's what I understood from staring at my computer screen for a second. And you can play rook f1, and maybe you can not take on h4 because knight f5 wins. But you can just go back to d6 and offer a draw. It's an Armageddon game. So he was basically one final precise move away from probably clinching his spot in the...
Yeah, not about to mention the move you said, queen b8 of the computer.
Yeah, okay, queen b8. I don't think anybody plays queen b8.
Yeah.
I'm discounting queen b8 completely because I just don't think this is a move you can make as a human being. Anyway, game is still continuing, sort of, but I think he actually is getting mated now. And a very picturesque way of getting mated would be to get mated while also losing your passer on d3, which is actually the best move because it's not about the pawn. We want to take away the c5 square. He's gone bishop b7, queen c5 check. Yeah, I missed bishop b7 completely. This is, of course, a better choice than getting mated immediately, but...
And king e6, knight f3. The knight jumps back again.
Queen d5, queen b6 check, and yeah, and the problem is you're constantly trying not to blunder mate while also the a pawn continues marching towards a7, and
but okay, Anish also not down to 30 seconds. I mean, it becomes dramatic.
Yeah, d2 is this endgame winning? Probably is. Yeah, hang on, this is the wrong pawn. He should have gone for it, I think.
Yeah, especially when you should just avoid getting checkmated and hope to...
I think you should have gone for it, and now he'll get... Yeah, now it's completely over. I will just... now queen takes a8, and yeah, it's just completely over. So congratulations to Anish, who progresses to play the winner of the other Armageddon, which is now in full flight. Yuan Yi against Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir is playing starting from 8:59, and he's gained some time. He spent 2 minutes to get here, whilst Yuan Yi spent 4. f3 looks very strong, but I'm pretty sure the reply is d4, right? And then it gets tactical. Yes. So we want to do something else, probably. Queen h5 to play rook a1. Like, I'm searching for a square for this queen, which is not stupid. I don't know which square that is. h5, g4, e2, just to prepare rook a1.
Yeah, because in general it feels like it's a promising position for white.
Yep.
But I'm still under the impression of the previous game between Anish and Dennis, and I'm so happy that we had that moment when we were also so clueless. Yeah, we just did not even know what to suggest. We were blundering with every single move because it was such a difficult position. Unbelievable. I have never seen such a crazy position. That you have absolutely zero idea how to orientate in that.
Yeah, this one is a lot more controlled. Yeah, I was about to mention that I would actually hate having to play it, but it makes very decent practical sense just to stop d5, d4 counterplay. Now these bishops are not really all that great. We have some knight g4, knight g3, knight f5, knight h5 ideas, rook d1, d7 ideas. e5 is a vulnerable pawn, but you can definitely imagine this becoming tricky for black. Queen e7 played, very understandable. Dealing with the threat of bishop h6 because now black will be able to just take on e5.
And it's a huge tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Hitting the e5 pawn. I mean, white might have to play bishop f4, but this isn't exactly what white was hoping for.
Bishop once you start spending time on protecting the e5 pawn, it gives black time to, I don't know, play rook d8, d3, or to play f5 maybe, or maybe even in some cases you can make an argument for bishop b8 if it actually wins the e5 pawn.
But I mean, rook d8 runs into bishop g5.
That's not great. Yeah, that is not great. And he does go f5. This was definitely one of the things I was interested in. EF, I guess. Queen takes f6.
Okay, but this is not strategically risky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Takes.
This has to be justified because the bishop on b7 is still very, very restricted. The pawn on e4 is going to be very vulnerable if this ever becomes an endgame. And yeah, c4 played instantly. So he is basically banking on getting one of the rooks to d3. Like queen g3, I guess, and just rook d8 immediately, right? You don't have.
But you can't play rook d3 due to queen b8 check, yeah. So even this.
Yeah, rook d8, rook d1, and you're absolutely right. Rook d3 drops a full rook. So you have to play maybe actually.
I mean, you play rook a8, yeah,
and rook d8, and then one of them lands. And he's gone bishop a8, which is very surprising because now after rook d1, rook d2, like how are you?
This is basically technically almost a losing position. If
this looks horrible.
Yeah,
it's knight e3, rook e d1, and eventually, like once I free one of my rooks to start going to d6, your position just collapses.
Yeah.
This is also very kind of weird for me to watch Kramnik do this because, I mean, he understands. He knows these things as well as anybody in the world.
Yes.
And he's done it so quickly as well.
Yeah, it just the nerves. Yeah, these Armageddons are brutal. Yeah, you feel like you have to play instantly, otherwise you will be too low on time and you will be flagged. And then you make some bad decisions. And where is the counterplay? No counterplay. White is just very happily, quickly improving the position. I mean, he can just close his eyes and play.
Mm-hmm. H5 played just to maybe try to distract white a little bit with something, but I don't know. I don't know what that does.
Okay, it had to be played. Good or bad, it had to be played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to do something at least.
Rook e2. Huh. Cemento.
Yeah, I wasn't sure you needed to do that, but there's nothing wrong with that as well. Now we go knight e3, we go like rook d6, rook this one to d2. We could even start with rook d6, honestly.
Yeah, that's the only question. That do we start with rook d6 or not? I think he will.
Yeah, there's no okay. Goes knight e3. It's also like you know that you will have to make all of those moves in some order, and the knight always goes to e3. So why not start with that? A bit worried about rook d8. Not worried, but maybe black can start fighting against our complete control over the d file. But it looks horrible anyway. Like queen e5 here or something. Queen d3, rook e1, and I don't know. h4 played. Do we offer the queen trade or do we... Queen e4 is playable, but I think the endgame is like legitimately winning. So I'm not really at all against the idea of playing queen d6.
Yeah, but okay, black will anyway move the queen to g5 probably, no?
Probably, yeah. Queen g4 chosen. Do we ever try to give up the pawn on e4 just to have the long diagonal? Just go bishop c8 here. Say, please take it. Like, take it, and I will go back to the long diagonal, and I will pretend my position improved. He didn't do it.
Yeah, but I mean, if he wanted to do that, he could have pushed e4, e3,
yeah? Yeah.
Before
I was kind of honestly half seriously going to suggest it somewhere here.
Yes, me too.
And yeah, Vlad just goes completely all in on the queen side. The pawn on c4 is now being offered. But Yuengi says, no, control over the d-file is more important to me. But yeah, this is just completely winning, because you will have a choice of a way to win this position very soon. You will be you will have a very easy mating attack at some point, and you can also just start collecting all of these weaknesses one after the other. And you have more time.
Yeah, it's basically completely hopeless.
Yeah. Don't really see how you even complicate this for white now that you played before. Like if you just waited here, let's say you just do nothing here, you shuffle. The position is bad, but at least you ask white to do something. But the way he's playing it, now I take on e4, next move I take on h4.
And you take on c4 as well.
Yeah. I mean, they're all falling.
Yeah.
All of them are falling. And we still haven't created a single threat. And we'll probably never create a single threat in this. It's just just kind of impossible to imagine the scenario where white has to solve a problem.
I also don't really remember, when did Vladimir lose 2 games in the anti-Berlin at all.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he has lost 2 in his life, but
I mean, he's been playing it for 25 years. He probably has, but but yeah, not very many.
Because the only game that comes to mind that once Magnus beat him, that's the only game that I recall. Otherwise, nothing comes to mind.
I think I beat him in Monaco once, which is a very bad sign for your side of this bet, because if I'm winning games against him in that line, then probably some stronger players also have done so. My score against Vlad is not very inspiring. So if I can remember, I think I once beat him in Monaco with some kind of knight c3, knight a4 kind of
yes,
stuff.
yes, yeah, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, queen b1 checking h2. Yeah, you're just not generating a threat here. And now you are going to start getting mated very soon. Yeah, it's just like completely lost. Which means that Anish will play most likely against Yuengi, right?
Yes.
And the winner of that will play against MVL.
Yeah, and this I think will all happen today.
Yeah, I think we're watching all of this today.
Yes.
And my understanding is that the entire lower bracket gets played out today, and whoever wins that plays against Noribek tomorrow. And if that person wins, they play again.
Yes.
Because the winner of the winner's bracket gets a second chance, basically, which is kind of fair, because
absolutely. I mean, okay, he hasn't lost the match.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah, that person hasn't lost the match yet at that point, so they should get their second life, so to speak. What do you think Vlad's match strategy was? It definitely went awry. I'm a bit surprised. This game, I think he just got outplayed. I think he made one questionable decision where he wouldn't have played those sequence of moves. Like specifically, I think the sequence of f5 and then immediate c4
yes,
is something he would never have played if he gave himself time to think. And then I think probably the final nail in the coffin was this really horrible move, bishop a8. If he goes rook a8, rook d8 here, maybe he still survives, because you have to, like, the rook gets to d3 eventually. And without the d file, white will not win this so easily.
yes.
But this game, you can see him being outplayed by a very strong player. These things happen. But what happened in game 2 was really kind of very odd. I think he just miscalculated.
Yeah, he should have been much more careful in the second game.
Yeah. This one you can see happening. I mean, he gave a 5-minute handicap, so he felt obliged to play faster than he normally plays. And that obviously creates its own challenges. So you can definitely explain it in human language what happened in this game. Game 2 just felt like he got a normal opening position, and 5 moves later he was down a piece. And there was like absolutely no reason for those two things to happen in that sequence.
Yeah, I also have the feeling that in general now the new Vladimir, who enjoys playing chess and he likes to play adventurous chess, so on, I would have believed that he should have taken the white pieces and just have a lot of time on the clock, not to have any time pressure, and just enjoy and play a good game of chess, because here he was just way too nervous.
I think so, yeah, I tend to agree. It's probably difficult for him because of, if there is a person in world chess who has a very solid black repertoire, over the years, that person is probably him. So for him, the idea of not trusting himself to make a draw with black probably feels weird. But I also completely agree with you. In terms of just enjoying this game, you should take white. And I think these days in particular, he plays just so much better when he likes what he's doing.
Yes. Exactly.
When he's just sitting there expressing his love for the game. Yeah. And now, yeah, knight g4 queen f4 check doesn't win immediately. Something must win immediately. Knight takes c4 is not a bad move. Like, there are no bad moves in this position, to be honest. Yeah, yes. Like f4, f5 is not a bad move.
I mean, basically 2 pawns up, winning attack. I mean, just don't blunder anything.
Yeah. Don't rush, completely ignore the fact that your opponent is on 30 seconds, just play normally. Yeah, as I said, f4, f5 probably stands the game, because once the bishop is shifted away from the e6 square, everything collapses. Queen e1 is clever, trying to play f5, bishop takes f5. It still doesn't save the game.
Then queen e8 checkmate.
He
wants rook f5 maybe, but okay, maybe. Then queen b7 check.
Yeah. Yep.
It's finished.
Other options also probably exist, but this looks clean enough. Just f5, queen b7, knight f5, and there aren't even any checks. Yeah, f5 played.
I mean, yesterday we have seen Hikaru blunder checkmate in one with rook f8 against Fabi. Today, MVR has blundered queen g1 checkmate against Nodirbek. And now Vladimir does not blunder queen
does
e8.
Not blunder queen e8, no.
But it does not matter.
Yeah, it will not matter a great deal here. Yeah, I mean, there are some perpetual threats, but now that queen f3 has been played, just go queen g3 check. I mean, queen g4 is probably mate in 5 or something, but just go queen g3 check. Okay, now queen h5, rook d8 is actually mate in 2. Okay, so we have 2 more matches to cover, but probably now is the time to take a bit of a break, to stretch, and also hopefully they give the players a bit of a break, because whoever is playing the entire lower bracket today will have a very full day ahead of them. So really hoping they also get a bit of a breather.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, with all these roller coasters, emotions, Armageddon games, I mean, this is very demanding. We need a break, the players need a break, and I think also our audience agrees that that's the best thing to do now.
Yep. See you on the other side.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chess is an exercise in awareness. It is evolution in motion. I evolved. This is where I am today. I like the feeling of strength that the pawn on d5 gives me. It feels like building a castle, a fortress. Pawn goes to d5. It is supported by its brother on c6. The knight comes to f6 for more stability. Bishop goes out to f5 as a guard outside the gates. Eventually, the pawn on e6 forms a triangle for the safest pawn structure in the center. It gives me confidence for the upcoming battle. This is the Chebanenko Slav.
Another day, another way for me to open up to you. Yeah, yeah. Another day, another way for me to open up to you. I used to worry I would wake up one day only to find with nothing more to say. Now I'm letting silence.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with air.
Time to take control. take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chess is an exercise in awareness. It is evolution in motion. I evolved. This is where I am today. I like the feeling of strength that the pawn on d5 gives me. It feels like building a castle, a fortress. Pawn goes to d5. It is supported by its brother on c6. Knight comes to f6 for more stability. Bishop goes out to f5 as a guard outside the gates. Eventually, the pawn on e6 forms a triangle for the safest pawn structure in the center. It gives me confidence for the upcoming battle. This is the Chebanenko Slav.
Another day, another way for me to open up to you. Yeah, yeah. Another day, another way for me to open up to you. I used to worry I would wake up one day only to find with nothing more to say. Now I'm dead inside.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Hello and welcome back. We're continuing with the lower bracket. The upper bracket is done for today, and game one of the potentially three-game match between Anish Giri and Yuan Yi is now in progress. And as you can see, even Anish is, I mean, he's not really surprised. He's seen this before, but even he doesn't reply immediately to the h6 bomb.
Yeah, this h6 business, I mean, usually we know it on move 4, h6. Yeah, when white has committed knight fc and knight c3, then h6 actually is much more frequently played. This third move, h6, even surprised Anish. But he plays very cleverly, yeah? He managed to get the bishop out to f4, and now he plays e3. He does not want to transpose to the knight f3 systems.
Yeah, it's interesting what this will what this will result in, because yeah, c5. Yeah, this is just kind of really, really stunning to me, because like now I assume we can just get these positions which are not immediately equal with castles and the pawn on h7, right?
No, because there black loses the bishop e7 tempo. Here black has an extra h6.
Ah, yeah, sorry, I'm losing my
Yes.
mind. Yeah, of course, sorry. Yeah.
That's the trick
C5?
of h6 that people underestimate it. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's the trick. Yeah, now they are going for this symmetrical stuff. Knight f3,
Yeah, knight
CD,
d4,
knight
a6.
d4.
A6 is very useful in all of these types of positions, because you absolutely have to make sure knight d5 doesn't happen while you're not very prepared for it.
But on the other hand, now one really feels that the h6 tempo, which would be very nice for long terms. However, short term, white should have something here.
Yeah, that's how it feels. But yeah, I've looked at similar positions recently, and it's kind of surprising how difficult it is to prove white has anything tangible. Looks like you're better developed, you have the tempo here to do something, and yet it really isn't very obvious where your large advantage lies. Bishop g3 is
Wow.
not very obvious to me. I was going to suggest playing rook c1,
Yeah,
just
me too. Yes.
just to kind of reinforce the idea of cd5, knight d5, so that the c8 bishop hangs. Because I think currently, if you play cd5 in this position, black probably takes with the knight and the queen, I would assume.
Yeah, and he will have a bishop b4 check tempo.
Yeah, and bishop b4 check as well. So I wanted to play rook c1, and if you play bishop b7, now I think I'm very happy to go in here, because d5 will be forced, and even allowing bishop b4 check when it's still like bishop d3, king f1, I think is perfectly playable, and this would have been attractive to me. Bishop g3, I understand the idea of sort of sidestepping all the potential forks for the future, but it's a tempo you will not see again, giving black time to play bishop b7 castles, for instance. So bishop b7 probably.
Yeah, what's the problem of bishop e7?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm honestly a bit surprised by this. I don't quite understand why it was, the first order of business, faster than rook c1, faster than, I don't know, a3 or what have you.
But hang on. So could it be that after rook c1, Anish was worried about knight bd7 tempo? What I can... It's so hard to imagine, because knight bd7 is disturbing.
Yeah, let's go bishop. Yeah, let's go bishop g3 now.
Exactly.
Let's go bishop g3 now that black has committed to a development maneuver, which I don't think generally is all that great.
But okay, now I can switch to bishop b4 and then try to hit the knight on c6 and jump knight e4.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
I mean, okay, just trying to make sense. But bishop g3, bishop e7 feels like black is almost perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to see why this shouldn't be okay, because we'll castle next, and then let's say we go, I don't know, rook c1, castles a3 here, just trying as usual in these types of positions to take on c4 in one move. And even if black allows it, even if you just do this and then knight c6, it's not going to be that horrible. And there might be faster ways to play as well, like you have to consider b5 here. I'm a bit worried about queen f3. But generally, b5, bishop b7 might be something we want to do. Yeah, we're actually, this is what happened. I was giving them as kind of example moves, honestly. I wasn't expecting Anish to actually play that.
Yeah, it also shows that he's lacking ideas here, yeah, because this definitely the moment of punishing black's early h6 move has passed. That's clear.
Yeah. Knight c6 is probably playable here. I don't know, like not everybody likes those structures, but seems to me that it shouldn't be that horrible if you want to go in that direction as well.
Yeah, but your suggestion with dc and then bishop d7 followed by knight c6 is super solid. Why not? Let's just make a couple of moves there. Yeah, let's try to be that black wants to be super solid. D takes c4, bishop c4, bishop d7, the classical stuff.
Yeah, I think we do something like castles, knight c6, knight f3, right? We don't trade the knights.
Yeah, definitely. Then rook c8.
But then I mean, even something like this, maybe, yeah.
But then knight e4.
Ah, you have knight e4. Yeah, you have knight e4.
Maybe knight e4.
Have knight e4. Yeah. Look at us guessing everything in this game.
Well, now it's also logical. We have some chance. You remember the Anish Giri Lazavi game there? We had no clue whatsoever.
Yeah. Castle seems extremely... I mean, you could sometimes make an argument for playing like the early e3, e4, trying to get it to e5, but here I don't believe in it. So I think we finished development by castling, and I'm pretty sure we never, ever let that trade happen, because this bishop wants to be on c6. And denying black that square and denying black additional trades seems extremely logical to me, and I like this square more than I like any other square.
I mean, knight f3, rook c8 looks like a very natural way. Waiting for a move. And then maybe already this knight h5 that you mentioned.
Yeah, but it's just not very much, right? Even just takes queen e7 or something.
Yeah, it looks very solid.
Yeah, like takes. I understand we're going to be passive for a little bit, but the structure is so symmetrical. There is just no weaknesses. Exactly the same types of pieces are left on the board. Knight f3 played in the meantime, by the way.
Yeah.
Rook c8 played. We are very good.
Feels like solid, yeah.
Yeah, feels like in this particular structure we are very bishop 8. Yeah, we're just going to describe this entire game to you before it happens. Knight h5 is not the only move in this position. You can definitely play something else, but knight h5, well, okay, finally,
b6. Yeah.
Finally a deviation from what we were saying.
I mean, it's a very typical, if black gets time to go rook fd8, bishop e8, all problems solved, everybody's happy.
Yep.
So white needs to be energetic.
Yeah. By the way, chess has only really began toying with the double elimination format. I think maybe last year, the America's Cup in 2022 was, as far as I can remember, the first time a major tournament was played with a double elimination format. But at some point it will be, I think, possible to start collecting data. What I wanted to mention is, I wonder how many times we've already seen the situation where players who have already played in the winners bracket then meet again in the losers.
Yes.
And what's the score? How often does the result change, is my point. Because Vladimir beat Yuan Yi in the round of 16 in the winners, and now Yuan Yi took revenge on him in the lower bracket and knocked him out. And I remember that in Division 3, in the first major, Prague played Sam Sevian twice, first in the winners final and then in the grand final, because he then won the lower bracket again. But that result stayed the same. He lost, I think, both times. So it would be a kind of an interesting little bit of stat to have at our fingertips. But this is another topic that I think we discussed it during Chennai. I think it's a very familiar topic to both of us, that there is so much potential stat data that we could be collecting, but we aren't. And I think
I'm very happy that you are talking about this, because I was bringing up the same issue with Jan during the first Airthings Masters, in February. And I was also speculating about the psychological impact and who bounces back, who gets the advantage. And in the first event, always the winner stayed the same in all the first division, second division, and the third. So I feel like it's almost the very first time that we see someone like you, Antina, hitting back against Kramnik.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but honestly, the examples I could remember, they were all with the results staying the same.
Yes.
So there probably have been some earlier cases of somebody actually winning on demand. Well, not on demand, but winning in the second leg, so to speak. But I can't really recall very many. So after queen b6, Anish goes queen c2, and then immediately goes bishop b1, just stopping knight h5 completely, and also perhaps hinting at some ways to shift the knight away from f6 and create something along this diagonal. Knight a5, knight e5 played. Black has to be a little bit careful here, it feels like, because if you play bishop b8, for instance, you have to be at least a little bit worried about knight g4, right?
Well, the question how much you worry about it, because after all,
it's not really. Yeah, it doesn't really create a threat. Yeah, maybe just knight c4 and
or queen b3. I mean, I thought like
queen
also
b3,
queen b3 maybe.
And the point is, you can drive the king to e7, but I don't know if we can actually.
But this loses apparently.
Yeah, apparently this loses. I don't know exactly why.
Knight d5. No, knight d5. I have queen d5. It's not.
Maybe bishop a2 and then knight d5. Yeah?
Yes. This is a killer.
Yeah, and then the point is, now queen h8 is mate, not check, and if you take, I take on c8, and if you take, once again, we blockade the e7 square, and then we deliver mate. Instead,
he goes queen b3 immediately. He doesn't want to let this happen.
Yeah, decides to just destroy this very potentially dangerous setup by challenging the queen on c2 immediately.
Yeah, exactly, because now this bishop on d7 is not so important, the pair of bishops, because the knight on b3 will be a monster piece. White's knight on c3 is a little bit misplaced. I mean, it's not the usual way how you are supposed to be getting advantage.
Yeah, I would like to play queen e2, but I have a feeling my queen side might not be able to. Knight c4 also, yeah.
But hang on, knight c4 runs into bishop a2.
Yeah, maybe bishop takes a3 is playable. But then you have to calculate all kinds of knight d5 shenanigans.
Yes.
Yeah, like knight d5, attacking the rook on c8, rook c1, we take on c1, we're threatening queen g4, rook c8, all these kinds of things. Might be quite promising for white, hard to say. But Anish goes for the more, whoa, I don't like this at all. What?
No, not at all, yeah. Oops, I mean, he might have just blundered knight e4.
I mean, bishop b5 still exists. I guess it's not. I don't know, but then I take on c3 and I go bishop f6.
Bishop f6, yeah.
No, you have to fight for equality now with white suddenly. Yeah,
wow, this is almost a shocking blunder, yeah, because it's a game changer.
Maybe rook d2 still holds now. Just in time. Yeah, strange decision.
Yeah, very strange.
Strange decision.
But okay, the players are also extremely exhausted, yeah? They just played an Armageddon with all those emotions, everything. Then playing another match. The format is brutal.
Yep.
And but the point is that Yuanji can't even play anything else than queen takes c2 because he opted for queen b3 trading.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure he will take. The question is, like, you have a choice here. In games of, like, in terms of purely equalizing, this is also just immediately equal, I think.
Yeah, looks so good.
So,
enough, yeah.
I mean, the moment you get rid of the bishop pair, I think you no longer really have to worry about anything at all. I have to wonder, honestly, if Anish maybe also offered a draw with playing bishop a2, because I can't imagine Yuanyi thinking for this long about queen takes c2. There's no way you're playing queen b6.
Yeah. On the other hand, I think Yuanji is a guy who never really agrees to any kind of draw offers. He just doesn't know what this draw is. I mean, he's such a fighter. But draw agreed. Wow.
Okay,
good guess.
Yeah, because nothing else made any sense.
Yes.
Like, you're not playing queen takes a2, so the exchange sacrifice doesn't really work. And if you're thinking about queen takes c2 for 2 minutes here, it's probably because you're thinking about something else as well.
Yes. But then hang on, if we have a little time, let's just speculate. What is this queen c2, rook c2, knight e4?
Hang on a second.
We can't make moves. Yeah, when game is finished, it's finished. Yeah.
Hang on. I think the viewer may have been, yeah. Hang on a second. I'll just restart the viewer briefly. Because it's...
Basically, also the players might have felt that they need a little break, yeah, because okay, all this action, both of them had to win their matches in the armor. But no, we already have liftoff. No breaks here whatsoever.
No break, yeah, not really. And Yuangi is repeating this thing that he was playing against Vladi just now, playing d3, bishop c5, bishop a4 in the d3 anti-Berlin, and we're getting a very similar type position, but Anish is also saving on a7, a5. Vladi in both games played a5 first and then went for either knight e7 or in the first game for this strange plan with knight h5, queen f6. And Anish says, I don't need a5, the bishop will be quite happy on b6 if it's pushed. So no real reason for me to waste any time.
Well, the first time I have noticed that bishop a4 was played, I believe that I was commentating with Miro in St. Petersburg, the World Rapid and Blitz, and Magnus played against Andreikin. I think that was maybe the very first game, and knowing that Anish always pays attention to Magnus's games and ideas, I'm pretty sure that Anish has this on his radar for a very long time, that Magnus might play it against him.
Yeah, I'll just try to disappear off your screens for a second there to fix a bit of a problem. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, so
sorry about that.
Yeah, white is trying to get the traditional setup with bishop e3, h3, knight bd2. Yeah, if white can get that setup, it's always kind of nice. But black is having this knight g4 idea against knight bd2, so you need all these moves together. And black will always have some counterplay.
Absolutely. I'm also looking at, but I guess, yeah, for Anish, it doesn't make too much sense. I was wondering, because the bishop is on c2, not on b3, so you can play knight g4 immediately, and you can kick this bishop away with f6 and follow it up perhaps with the immediate f5, which looked kind of interesting. But Anish is just a kind of a classical player. He doesn't really need this. He goes c6 first. As you mentioned, like, you would very much like to be playing knight bd2 here, but then, of course, this will happen because it actually forces the trade of this bishop for a knight, which is pretty much always a very, very good idea for black. Yuangi for now goes rook e1.
This feels slow. I don't believe that white has all the time in the world to stabilize for advantage. I mean, black should equalize this.
Absolutely. And once again, I am, because I'm a hopeless romantic, bear with me for a second there. How about this? I'm just trying to figure out which move order I like this the best. Let's try this. e4. I mean, I'm assuming cd4, although other moves exist as well. I want to play d5, e5, knight g4. And my point was, if you play bishop c1, I think this works.
Yeah, looks very dangerous.
Because all of the pins are extremely strong, so I get to play e5, e4 next move, I'm pretty sure. So my question would be, is maybe bishop g5 strong? But now after f6, I get this position. And, I mean, sometimes they're not that great for black, but in general, I think these types of structures, in particular when we get to play bishop c7 very quickly, like the bishop doesn't get stuck on b6, they should be very playable. So as a kind of a fun thing that Anish probably will not do, I just wanted to mention this exists. It's completely unnecessary, though. You don't have to. You can play rook e8, you can play h6, you can play any kind of a normal move as well.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's very tempting, because it's a direct force way of dealing with the situation. And it's kind of tempting. The only question that how do you evaluate finally this position? Yeah, because it's counterplay, that's one thing. But is it clean, or is it? Do you need this murky stuff? It's psychologically the big question.
And I also want to mention that rook e8 actually is also a very direct move because we are kind of threatening e takes d4. The pawn on e4 will be hanging. And if you go knight bg2, as we discussed, the pawn is still not on h3. And the bishop still gets traded, which I am still very convinced is good for black. So if we go rook e8, we might be semi-forcing d takes e5. I don't know. Rook e8 has been played by Anish, by the way. Yeah. Makes perfect sense. If the pawn was already on h3 and this was allowing white to comfortably play knight bg2, it wouldn't be so attractive. But right now, just move by move. I'm not sure how white is supposed to react because d5 is a kind of a draw for Ish, right?
Yeah, and I believe that now if Vladimir will take a look at this game, he will be kicking himself that why I didn't play like this, because I believe he would say that I would never ever lose a position like this. Yeah, it's so healthy and so much in his spirit also.
Yeah, game 2 just really confused me. Game 3 we discussed, like you give a 5-minute handicap, you maybe feel obliged to make some slightly unusual decisions. But game 2, just play normal moves like this. Just don't get involved with any romantic stuff that he, for some reason, chose in that game.
Yeah, and now Yuan taking his time, but what to do? I mean, knight d2 runs into knight g4, h3 runs into eventually e takes d4, and as you say, d takes e5 is not really a move for advantage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the first game was a draw, so I guess sort of offering a draw here is not the end of the world for you and just playing the tiebreak. There's a question in chat about h3. The problem with h3 is black can take, and you will have to take with the bishop. And in this position, in some positions, even c5 becomes playable. Because we are forcing you to take on f6, and then we have, you know, some activity. But c5 is a very committal move because if this doesn't work out for black, of course, you've done some damage to your structure. The bishop on b6 looks a bit stupid. There are light squared weaknesses. So it's something you need to be quite sure about. If you don't want to do it, I guess you can play quieter moves here. Like, I'm sure d5 is playable, even, maybe.
But yeah, the c5 motive comes to mind also from the Hare Krishna Magnus Carlsen game from one of the Olympiads, I believe, 2016, in some Arhangelsky D3 stuff, very nicely pointed out, and black gets tons of counterplay.
Yeah, it's very double-edged. You can definitely imagine it. Like if white manages to stabilize, if white manages to somehow solve the issue of knight f4, bishop takes h3, queen g6, check, all of those threats, and I don't know, gets the knight to c4 and bishop to b3, maybe like all of these moves happen, white will be in control. But this is a big if, in particular when, you know, all of these guys are, I'm not very good at pointing things out, but all of these guys are still sort of on starting positions. We'll see. It's an important turning point in the game, weirdly, by move 11, because g5, the easiest, I think, is just to take with the pawn here, right? Because these bishops will also probably have to be traded, and then it's absolutely nothing. Knight takes e5 is also playable if you want. These
but
are
I think
going.
The problem for white is that, and he goes for h3. Okay, we might be seeing this ed bishop d4 c5.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because ed4 already blitzed out, and now the big test. Yeah, because c5 is not necessary. You will have a decent position if you don't play it as well. But it's by far the most interesting option. It's by far the most double-edged option. And if Anish wants double-edged in this game, now is the time. Now is the time.
Yeah, a very interesting one, because it's also the second game. Yeah, on the other hand, he might feel like, okay, let's play safe. On the other hand, if you create some chances, the white player can get very nervous as well.
Yeah. I'm guessing the biggest other option is actually d6, d5, because e5, knight d7, this is kind of vulnerable. c6, c5 is a threat because then you will actually have to drop it. You might be obliged to take on g6 even just to make sure you don't lose the pawn on e5. And then it's a very double-edged position again, where the structure is a bit like the open Spanish with some changes. And yeah, I don't know what I think about this so easily. But if you don't play e5, it just becomes equal instantly.
Yeah, it's a big question for Anish how he wants to approach this game.
Some kind of a move like knight g6, e5 is okay, but it gives white time to play knight bd2, and on some level it makes white's life a bit easier.
Yeah, I also feel like otherwise you would not be so happy with white, but knowing that it came from this moment, you might be just relieved and happy.
Mm-hmm.
And after d5, I don't have any other. If I just play knight bd2, if I just ignore.
I get the feeling I should have a way here to just trade everything and be safe, right? I don't know, d4.
Should. Well,
d4,
okay, knight
e4, knight e4.
Bishop e4.
Yeah, I just go, I don't know, bishop e6.
Solid, but
I also,
I also feel like with white, at least I can maybe pretend something and I don't mind draw at all. So it's, yeah. Because after c5, I'm kind of a little bit worried. Yeah, this c5, bishop f6, queen f6, this knight f4 is just one move and already some very big stats are coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any argument for these types of gambits? I guess knight f6 is actually the biggest problem. Yeah, just put it back. Play bishop c7, play bishop b6, play d5 if the knight comes to c4. Because if you take on d2, I was thinking maybe this is not so stupid, because I have some bishop g5 ideas. I have rook a d1, knight g5, knight d7.
Wow, what is this?
Knight d7. This is a bit unusual. I don't hate it, but it feels a bit fancy.
Yeah, it feels a bit unnecessary. Yeah, it's what is the purpose?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put the knight on e5, you could have done this on the previous move. Maybe he wants this knight on e5 and this one on f4.
Yeah, probably. But
if we take on b6, I guess you take with the queen, right? Knight takes b6 doesn't look right, and d6 was hang on. We can actually maybe even go ab, right? Because queen d6, knight d5, attacking the queen, and now we have an intermediate capture on f3, and we have a lot of play on the king side here. So bishop b6 is just not a good move. What do we do with white?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an interesting move, and probably that's the reason why Anish finally played it, because he probably felt it's not necessary, but suddenly he got attracted to it. That how will white react to? Okay, knight bd2 would be at least a logical, natural move, and then knight d5.
Knight d5, I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's the idea. Knight d5 with the preserving the option of trying to do something on the king side with knight f4, queen f6, and so on.
Yeah, something like knight f1 would be also logical. And then queen f6. Yeah, this is...
It's getting a little bit awkward, right? Weirdly. Yeah. It's getting a little bit awkward. There's a question in chat from Akil Angola. Do you think both players are fighting with the thought of making a move that guarantees a draw? It's at the back of their minds, I would say, but not. It's not something that they. I don't know, sort of, yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, knowing you, Angie, I think he simply, in the previous game he did agree to a draw, but I think with the white pieces he just never really thinks about it.
Yeah, so he's done it in a slightly different order, but in the end, knight bd2 and knight g5 did happen, and he plays a4 here, which is quite logical because it sort of stops queen f6, or maybe not stops, but he will have a good reply to it. And at least he will kick the bishop away from b6. You can still play bishop c7 here, I guess. But that's probably an improvement.
Peter, one question. Do you think that the evolution bar is on, or because you remember we paused for a second and...
Oh, yeah. I've forgotten to switch them back on. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, because I was wondering that no matter what we are doing, it's always complete equality. Yeah, something is...
Yeah. Knight b2, and Anish is thinking, apart from queen f6, what other options do you have? You can go bishop c7 voluntarily. You can play bishop b6. Yeah, I thought maybe bishop b6 is the most flexible of our options, because it still doesn't allow a5. We still have more than enough control over that square, while developing a piece and not moving anything backwards, so to speak. And now the question is back in Yuan Yi's court. How do you develop from here?
Yeah. That is the big question. Yeah, the knight from d2 would love to jump to e3 or to g3, but after knight f1 there's again your queen f6, which was very unpleasant.
It's awkward, yeah. It's awkward.
Yeah.
You don't really want to take on e5 and b6. You don't really want to go knight 1 h2 and give black a tempo to play rook d8 or to play knight f4.
Yeah, but without knight f1 also I'm struggling to find a natural move.
Yep. Yep.
Don't know, and also white is taking his time. It's not so simple.
Yeah, both of them are not playing very fast. This is move 15, and they spent half of their time already. Clearly a tricky position with a lot to consider, because it's with only one pair of pawns traded, there's plenty of various structure changes and trades that you can go for.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed by Anish's knight d7. It wasn't a move that came to mind at all.
Yeah. In terms of just like creating a complicated, very unusual position, it's a very, very good option. He's not better objectively according to engines, but he has given his opponent something very unclear to think about. b4. I was thinking about that, but it's a very committal move, and even let's say black just goes a5. Yeah. How happy are you having to now think about those potential weaknesses on the queen side as well?
Yeah, on the board. And again, white is faced with some questions.
Nothing is hanging yet, but I wouldn't be very happy allowing a before c before. He goes rook b1. Interesting. Now I'm very interested in something like, unless he wants to take with the rook, but I find it very difficult.
Okay, let's take first with the pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, my point was, now I'm kind of interested in this, right? Trying once again to pretend I'm playing a King's Indian. Trying to play on the dark squares on the king side. Maybe even the immediate knight f4 to have more threats, like queen g5. If you take on e6, I have rook e6 or g6. A before played. I mean, weirdly, this is a serious move.
But then c5. C5.
Ah, sorry. Yeah, okay. So I'm losing my mind, of course. Yeah, for some reason, I thought I can take on b6 here, but no. Yeah.
Yeah, and this c takes b4. I mean, the line you showed takes queen f6. I mean, especially, yeah, he takes bishop b6 first. Okay, but...
And then he will take with the pawn, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yes.
We're still going to go knight f4, though, right?
And then some rook e3. I mean, just to defend, stabilize. I mean, it feels like I'm almost playing now with the black pieces from the white side. Yeah, just to stop the initiative and stabilize. I don't play for advantage for the moment.
Yeah, and also maybe I was threatening bishop takes h3. Like, I wasn't sure at all that this wasn't playable next move if you don't do something about it. Like, let's just make, I don't know, a waiting move of some sort. Something. And then we go in. Yeah, apparently the engine doesn't like it. Maybe bishop b3 is not a waiting move. Maybe it's a useful move. But yeah, because my plan was to, if you do this with white, my plan was to play rook e6, and now the bishop controls this square. So it's actually a useful move. Anyway, something else happened altogether. Anish goes rook a d8, a5, queen a7. Black, I wanted to say maybe wants to play d5, but what he actually wants to play, I think, is actually c5, right? Because the pawn on a5 could become vulnerable.
Yeah, queen e2, queen e3. I mean, that would be the professional way of liquidating. I believe by this point, probably you is quite, happy to shut this game down. It was strange that it became so awkward. It's not supposed to. He made all the natural moves. He set up a normal anti-Berlin position, and then he had trouble finding a move at move 10. It's not the way how things are usually going.
Not at all. Yeah, I think a lot of credit has to go to Anish for generating those problems, which genuinely gave his opponent pause. But yeah, he's worked it out. And now c5, he can play queen e3, and you can sort of go a bit all in with knight c6 here, trying to exploit these weaknesses. But you're still maybe not even threatening anything because of the pin.
Yes.
So white has time to play it on bishop a4. And yeah, you could definitely derail your own position trying to play like this. So what would be your best choice here?
Well, probably also depending what you are really playing for.
I don't know, objectivity. Just like, what do you feel is the best move here?
I mean, if, for example, I just play h6, then white will probably play queen e3, and if I don't play for advantage, I believe I can just equalize easily.
Yeah, he has played c5. Interesting.
Okay. This is then heating up because queen e3 will be played.
Yeah, I'm expecting queen e3 very quickly. It feels like the most logical move in the position. And then the question will be, maybe he wants to play queen a6.
But it's a bit weird.
It's very weird, yeah. The point being that if you take on c5, maybe rook c8 actually wins material. That was what I was basing this on, but there's bishop a4. There's all kinds of stuff. Maybe even knight e5, knight e5, f4 is playable.
Yeah, there are many things to calculate.
Yeah. What else is Yuan Yi calculating from the white side here? Queen e3 looks so natural.
And both players under 5 minutes in a very important game. Yeah, is he thinking about maybe trading on e5 first? Is that an argument for... No, draw agreed.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Second game in a row, Anish hits him with a strategic draw offer. Nicely done.
Nicely done. But the big question is who will benefit? Yeah, because...
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? You never know these things.
But as we mentioned, for, you know, somebody will play 3 matches today. Whoever wins this match will play one more, and that will be his 3rd match of the day. So preserving some energy definitely makes a ton of sense, because this is not the end of the day. This Armageddon will not be the end of the road today for one of them. A bit regrettable.
Exactly. I also feel like it's kind of a gesture by both players that no matter who will qualify should stay as fresh as possible for the next matchup against the MVL.
Yeah, and in the meantime, let's just, because there is a pause here, let's just update our viewers a little bit. Today is a day where they play the lower bracket in Division 1, and Magnus has... Hang on a second, I've lost my spot. Magnus has very convincingly beaten Levon Aronian today. He won with the white pieces in game 1. They played a very, very sharp game 1. He played d4. Actually, kind of a surprising reply by Lev, because this, for years and years, was supposed to be the reason people stopped playing d4 in this position, and Lev instead played e4, knight d2, bishop b4, e3, takes, and castles, allowing white to go g4. And they got this very sharp position where black clearly has some compensation, but white is a pawn up and has a very nice center, which became even nicer in a few moves' time. And Magnus is quite significantly better here. The game did become a bit less clear. Specifically, I was looking through it very, very quickly with the on-site engine on, and seems like in this position, Levon should have just completely ignored the fact that he can win back some material and played bishop e6 just to play for positional compensation. And it's not so clear. Instead, he did something that is, I think, very, very ill-advised against Magnus specifically. He went into this endgame, and he did not come out of it alive. This turned out to be a very difficult endgame, which he did not save. And then he lost with white as well. That was at first a classical pawn-off, and then I'm guessing avoiding all the main lines, Levon drifted into a very suspect position. And once again, yeah, the rook on a7 is awkward, but it cost white a full central pawn and ended up not being enough. So Magnus wins 2-0 against Lev. And now they're playing a lower bracket finals. Magnus playing against Hikaru, the biggest matchup in online Rapid these days, happening not as we're used to in the winners final, but in the losers final.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because I believe that there was a game 2 days ago between Levon Aronyan and Fedor Sayev, and Levon played the same position and he opted for knight e1 here. And Hikaru also goes for the knight e1 setup.
Yeah, perhaps we could tell the viewers a little bit about this system. This, I think, became a thing maybe 5 years ago.
2019 in the Grand Swiss. I think the Grand Swiss in Isle of Man.
Yeah. And despite looking, kind of funny and looking like it's a bit of a joke, it really isn't. It really isn't. Black has a choice of, making some kind of a waiting-ish move. Like you can play queen c7 here, you can play knight d7, you can play knight f6. All of those moves do exist. And then white will have some way to justify playing kind of slowly here. Or you can go into this endgame. And the point of this endgame is that white is basically claiming that you have slightly more space. You want to play a4, a5, eventually put a knight on c4. And if you kind of ignore it and don't do anything about those plans at all, you often actually do become a bit worse. I'm a bit surprised they haven't really solved it as much as I would have expected it by now.
Well, I think the reason for that is that when it all started, then white was first trying to play knight fd2 instead of knight bd2. And then this g5, g4, and all kinds of counterplay ideas appeared, and then knight fd2 disappeared. And now this knight bd2, knight e1 took over.
Yeah, and you get these types of seemingly, and I called it an endgame a bit earlier, and then I wanted to correct myself because honestly, it feels fairer to call this a queenless middle game.
Yes.
Because these are extremely complicated, very often quite sharply tactical positions, or they could become quite sharply tactical. The only thing is that the queens have been traded off, but they are not boring at all. And,
wow, in fact, now black seems to be getting a wonderful position. I'm really worried for Hikaru now. What to do?
Knight c6, rook aca, the king on d1 is still not really evacuated into any kind of safety. Yeah, I'm not sure how you're supposed to react to this. You would like to play like a4 knight c4, but there could be some tactical issues with this. Like the immediate knight c4, you might be losing material because b5 c4 might be using this pin, right? And if you play a4 first and then knight c4,
then you can also take and target the pawn.
Yeah, you kind of have to worry if maybe you've lost the pawn on c4 already. Yeah. So Hikaru is pausing here, and it's not a surprise to me. I don't really know what the proper reaction is. Do we have time to try to chase this away, like go in?
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Yeah, I don't believe it myself. I was just kind of
yeah.
grasping at straws.
I mean, I'm also not sure if b5 is a threat or not already.
Mm.
I mean, b5, c4 is kind of nasty. Yeah, he got in a lot of trouble, but we should also not forget about our Armageddon, which can start any moment.
Yeah, we haven't had any news about the bidding yet, but I'm sure we'll get them. Soon because Satiris told us they will start in 5 minutes, and that was probably 5-ish minutes ago. So perhaps it's time to take a look at.
Apparently, both players are already ready, but the game is not yet on.
Okay.
And here we have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go on.
So 11 seconds difference. Anish bet 1047, and Yuang Yi bet 1058. So Anish gets black, and he will have slightly less than 11 minutes and draws.
Yeah, basically now it's also clear that one can very easily read use bidding procedure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's not really shuffling around.
Yeah, and I had a conversation with a friend who plays in these events somewhat regularly, and he already started taking notes.
Hmm.
And I think the more people will play these types of events, the more people will actually. I mean, I don't know how well publicized. Like, I'm pretty sure the organizer side probably has it somewhere on file, all the bidding procedures. But if you're not watching the broadcast, and if you're not like combing through all the reports on all the websites, I don't know how easy it is to find out exactly who bid what. But if it is possible to find it out, I think it actually is reasonable to start collecting data, because it could be very useful when playing against other people who are playing many of these events, because you can start seeing patterns.
Yeah, for sure. But now we have to find the game, because I think they started. Yeah, let's go. Aha, wow, very sharp Slav with knight f3 e3.
I mean, it should always be your turn when we're talking about chess theory, but in particular here, tell me. I'll put up auto update on, and you can tell me what you think about all of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, this bishop d2, knight takes g6, queen c2 is a relatively fresh setup. I believe that it was actually Anish Giri who invented this setup from the white side. So very interesting to see how he will react with black. And he goes d takes c4, bishop c4, knight d5. One could argue that usually you play long castle, king b1, knight e2, and you will be very happy with white. But if Anish goes for it, I guess he knows what.
This is very, very concrete. Yeah, I'm sure he has something very specific in mind, because spending all this time driving the knight from f6 to b4 is not at all obvious to me. So he has something very specific in mind here. I guess maybe he is putting it on b4 as a kind of an annoyance, hoping to provoke a3, and then b5, b4 just becomes so much better as a source of counterplay, because you have this hook on the queen side to try and open files.
Wow, but actually we missed out on the first couple of moves. Let's just go back to the start. It wasn't a Slav at all. It came from a different move order. Look at this. Easily, and then Anish voluntarily goes for it. Wow.
Yeah, this is very interesting to me, because I mentioned yesterday that I played a lot of the classical Kole when I was a kid, and I really didn't mind bishop f5. And bishop f5 was, I think, the only system against which I would play c4. Like as a kid, I would never put this pawn on c4. It would always go to c3, apart from the systems where the bishop comes out to f5. So, yeah, curious. 97, 94, b5 on the board.
Wow, now the king on c1 feels a bit awkward.
Yeah, I was curious about queen b1. Queen b1 was played very, very quickly, but you could choose other squares, right? You could maybe play queen e4. Then I guess black goes 97 and knight f6, and you have to look for a new home for it again. But honestly, I would be interested in doing this just to have king b1.
Yeah.
Just to have the option of putting the king on b1, playing perhaps bishop c1 or something, and like stabilizing. Because now, yeah, what they have on the board now is finally he had to play 3 just to play queen c2, just to have the option to play king b1. But Anish now has ways to open this stuff up. For instance, you can play a5, a4 here.
Yes, it's very scary for white.
Yeah, to make sure that this pawn cannot go anywhere, and then you play b4 next move.
I mean, Anish just goes on to show all his different skills, yeah, in all kinds of openings. Everywhere he has his own ideas. Everywhere he's ahead of the modern theory. I'm just loving this.
Yeah, it's very impressive. a4 not played yet. I guess you have other options as well. c6 is obviously not hanging. The reason I'm playing a4 is that if you play b4, I'm pretty sure white very, very happily goes a4 themselves. And I even considered something like this. But I think it's a little bit too fancy. I don't think we're generating enough of an attack quickly enough. Whoa, okay.
Wow, he goes b4, surprise. I don't like b4. Yeah, b4, a4. Now he will be forced to play b3.
Yeah. It was clear that this was the plan. Like you never allow white to just play queen b3 and block everything, or even maybe b2, b3 and block everything. Queen takes, rook b8, and queen goes back to c2. Maybe bishop b4. You could also just castle, but once you castle, white immediately starts doing their own stuff on the king side. Although, like, queen b6 and c5 happens quite quickly.
Yeah, then okay, when you play c5, I will have bishop b5.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, okay, yeah, also I want to move king b1, then I'm running into some bishop a3s, but maybe bishop c1 is not the end of the world, but I have to calculate all kinds of crazy tactics on e3, b2.
I think it's very good. Yeah, I think you have to have to at least give Anish something to think about on the other side of the board. Because if you just try to defend on the queen side, it's just so much easier to play with black.
Yeah, the best defense is counterattack, of course.
Yeah, is there any argument for f? No. Yeah, I like bishop b4. I feel like, in particular, because there's a pawn on f3 and the pawn on e3 is kind of soft, reminding white of that is a solid choice. So what will be our reply to h5? Are we going g5, g6, or?
I mean, maybe take on d2 with a check first.
Okay.
Aha, but now you remove your queen from the diagonal, or it does not matter.
Well, the question still stands, right? Because black is not going to generate a mating threat.
I have to play g5 then. Okay.
And then I guess you have to play g6.
Yes,
right?
g6.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad because we can't really get to the pawn on g5 very easily. And h7, king h8 does absolutely nothing. h5 played, so we will see what Anish feels about it.
I mean, it's just for the human eye so difficult to understand the difference between g5, h6, g6 with inclusion of takes or without, who benefits why.
Yeah. I'm also semi-seriously wondering if there's ever a case to take on d2 with a king if it happens. Just to try to run.
Anish opted for direct g5.
Mm-hmm. h6 played. I'm pretty sure he'll play g6 now. Because you are kind of committed to not opening the h file.
I mean, one of my reflexes why I included bishop d2 that I was thinking like after g6, h7, king h8, maybe white can play the move like knight c3 back and then go for e4, and maybe the diagonal will play some role, but maybe it does not work at all. I don't know.
I also felt like, having played bishop before, we might as well just commit to the bishop trade. Yeah, he goes g6 without trading again. h7, king h8 on the board, and knight c3 looks not only because we maybe want to play e3, e4 at some point, but just simply because the bishop on b4 is sort of in the way, right, of your own attack.
Yeah, but we saw that engine did not like knight c3. That's another issue. But I mean, it looked kind of also like an idea. Bishop c4. Okay, that's a solid move.
Yeah.
It's a solid move. But it's a tempo, yeah?
Bishop d2. And I'm wondering if king takes is okay here. Just to get it in this direction. Start moving it towards relative safety.
But then I have this fancy knight e5. But okay, no, fancy knight e5 is stupid. Yeah, then you just take on.
I can take.
You can take and king c1. Yeah, thank you very much.
I can take. Yeah. I didn't see it, but then I realized.
Yes. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and as you can see, Yuan Yi is pausing here because it is a legitimate choice.
Yeah, because you get one more tempo to go king e2, you will be very happy.
Yeah, like if you can get like king e2 and b2, b3, you are very safe against whatever black can throw at you. It will be very difficult for Anish to open anything anywhere. I guess maybe some f5, f4 plans, yeah, but he ends up taking with the queen anyway. Rook b4. Seems like maybe king takes was stronger once again, judging by what the bar is saying.
No, I mean this rook b4 because now everything comes natural, everything comes with a tempo.
Yeah, rook b4 is an annoying move. If you take on d5, you're kind of losing probably because you can't really deal with all of these pieces coming at you very, very quickly. So you have to do something else. b3 knight b6 also doesn't look right.
And I think you very
Bishop
nicely
d5.
Wow, what? I'm knight c5 trying to escape like this.
Yeah. But that's also pretty bad. Like takes, queen f6.
Queen f6, yeah.
Yeah, queen f6 and rook fb8. This looks horrible.
Let's just highlight that queen c3 runs into rook c4. Yeah.
He's gone queen c7, which is also very strong. Like this is just clearly suddenly a massively better position for black, and he only needs a draw. So yeah, Anish is in a very good spot now.
Yeah, and still 7 minutes on the clock, very direct open position.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is why I was playing queen f6, because I wanted to be able to attack the pawn on b2 in such a way that we actually win it. And with the queen on c7, if you go knight c5, dc, rook b8, white has rook c1. And you don't really want to take on b2 and have to deal with these two passers, and otherwise white gets to play rook c2. It's still a position that black can definitely play, but this is why my first instinct was very much put it on f6, play rook fb8 next move, ask white to find some way not to just lose the pawn on b2 immediately.
Yeah, it was not even clear how white stays alive.
Maybe it's something like rook h2 and g4 or something, but it just looks horrible. Yeah, and now suddenly, like I'm sure black is doing fine, but this is a game. This is a game, and the other line really looked like, white might not survive the next 5 moves.
And now the pawn on h7 is still a very nasty pawn there. With the c file getting opened, yeah, because after d takes c5, white construction really collapsed, but now with the c file open, this pawn on h7 might be something to.
Yeah, I think queen c7 was a little bit of a. I think Anish realized his position is very good, and he just blitzed something out because he just wanted to continue playing quickly. But I'm pretty sure there was a better option. Yeah, and there's a question in chat. Does you also play over the board in Berlin? I'm not entirely sure. We know that Noribek will, and we know that Vladimir will later today. But I think Yuan Yi has been knocked out yesterday, so for him, at least, that is not a concern.
Which means then he can fully focus on this event?
Yeah.
This is the benefit.
Yes.
Wow, and now Anish, he's now 3 minutes behind on the clock. He will be regretting playing that queen c7 move way too early.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have paused there for 30 seconds at least, understand that maybe this is a critical position.
He goes knight c5. I think you should take with the pawn just to make it as messy as possible, right?
You think I was giving the speech that I want to take with the rook and try something on the c file?
I was also, I mean, I'm not sure because I'm forcing
Rook
you to go
C2 is
C2
forced,
here.
yeah. This is
Yeah, and
this
then
is a
I have all
problem.
these
Yes.
kinds of things, and
Yeah, this is a
maybe
problem.
it's not fast enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Because my initial desire was also just like Rook C5 looks very logical, but the problem is you immediately get forced to play Rook C2, and you lose the A4 pawn.
yeah.
And yeah, I think DC5 is a better choice simply because it introduces an additional kind of element of chaos.
Yes.
With this pass around.
And now also Queen E5, we are already ready to meet with Rook C3, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Rook C2 or Rook C3, whichever one you prefer.
Yeah, and okay, also here the pawn on H7 is kind of annoying.
Whoa!
What?
This is a very, very brave decision. He must be absolutely sure he has a perpetual immediately, because if he doesn't have a perpetual immediately, this will be a
but
massive,
I mean, okay, now king will
massive...
start to run towards C2.
Yeah, like, go. Yeah, or C2, like it's similar, yeah.
It's the similar, yeah, it's basically the same. King D3 will be played.
This is such a committal choice. Queen B4, we can even throw in C6.
Wow, yes, why not?
We can even throw in C6 and then run. This is such a massively committal decision by Anish.
Yeah, C6 on the board.
And I mean, the engine does seem to suggest it's a draw, but whoa.
Yeah,
whoa.
One inaccuracy costs you the game and the elimination.
Yeah. Like you give a wrong check somewhere and allow white to stabilize and you just resign because, you know, the rooks with the pass are this far progressed. They just win. Queen A4, let's say we run. I guess his point is he can play D4 somewhere and that will give him additional squares to give checks from. But still, I'm sort of impressed and not necessarily in the best possible way, you know, like this is...
Yeah, but this D4 is really a nice resource, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the only way to continue, because if you do this, yeah, you've lost. Yeah, you just the bar immediately tells you you've lost. If it reaches F2, you're just resigned. So you have to go D4. Yeah, and he does. Takes Queen D4 is forced. Rook D3, Queen B2 doesn't really... Actually, with the pawn on H7 still alive. Like, it's a draw, but it's I can do even this, because I'm not really worried about losing it to this, because I will give mate. But I think it's a draw because we have these checks. And we continue giving checks, and you can't really use the H file, because then I will take on H7 or Queen F5 can take D3.
Yeah, so he goes back King C2, Queen A4 check, and is this a perpetual?
Yeah, I think he's actually correct, but this is an unbelievably brave decision.
Yeah, to calculate all the way till the very end, it's so easy to miss one detail.
I'm pretty sure he did it on trust. I don't think he actually calculated to the end. I think he did it on trust. Queen B5 even.
Yeah, I mean, now, for example, King C1, you have to lose a tempo for something. Queen B4.
Queen B4, Queen E5, I don't know, somewhere.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know, it's just so scary. Rook C2 and then run.
But maybe, I mean, this is just a draw, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
Okay, Queen F4
then King B1, then
to...
King B1, yes. This
King B1, yeah. And then Rook B2, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, just one wrong check and it resigns, basically.
Yeah, Queen
That's
E5.
why we are so afraid.
Yeah. King A2. What's the... I guess he just wants to go A4 because he protected the B8 square. Ooh.
Wow.
Because, I mean, yeah. This is an actual, you know, tightrope act. Like A4 would be 2. Queen D5 check, King A1. I guess you go Queen E5. And I guess it holds, but but I mean, you have to be very convinced to go for this. You have to be very, very convinced.
Unbelievable. And now king b1, you already go a3 as well, yeah.
In this position, yeah. Check. Back. King b1. I can even maybe give this check.
Yeah, then I wanted to go rook c2.
Yeah. And king c1, and maybe we've lost the already. Yeah.
Yeah, well, still maybe queen e5 makes it. I don't know. It's maybe it's a perpetual, but it's
Well,
very
the bar actually stays frozen, so I don't know. King b1, a4. Okay.
Yeah, if the bar is frozen, then we are completely lost. We have zero idea what is going on.
But still, I can go rook b2 here.
Bar is working. It's just so much. Everything is 0-0,
Yeah,
but still, it's so scary.
I think this is a blunder finally. Yeah, now queen b5 actually wins this pawn with check. Yeah, so you and Yi actually kind of blinked first, and yeah, now it's not a problem because rook c3 will force us to make a quiet move, but we'll play queen b7 or something. Or, yeah, king d2, we go queen c7 or queen b6. Queen b6 probably.
Yeah, because now the rook from h1 can never leave the h file.
Yeah. Okay. This Anish will not lose. Queen c7. Yeah.
Played.
Yeah. That was a kind of a strange blunder because queen b5 is difficult to blunder. Objectively, like I think you go rook b2, you provoke a3, you go rook b3, you try to put the king on a2 and hide it like this. Kind of a strange.
But he also queen f5 check probably. Yeah, he would anyway.
But
it's
yeah,
not.
I can take. Yeah,
exactly. You can take.
I can take, and I mean maybe this is a perpetual, but okay, now there's no a pawn. Let's go.
Yes,
we're making progress. You know,
definitely.
We're making progress for sure as white. Yeah, and now the bar has unfrozen and says black is winning, but that is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, it's easy to understand.
Yeah. He doesn't need to win, he just needs not to lose. And he has 2 minutes. And now he just goes back to giving checks. Queen a6 is also fine, like he doesn't. Now queen e2 check is a massive, massive threat, by the way.
But I think he just wants to go a2, king b2, a1, queen takes, and then check, and then take on h7.
Take on h7, yeah.
And then give millions of checks, yeah. That's it. And he can also always pre-move, so there won't be any chance of flagging him.
Yeah. Turned out to be a very interesting game, but kind of a surprising how it concluded. I think he took I think he took more risks than he needed to.
Yeah,
G4 played, but now queen e2 just kind of wins the rook, question mark, like check, a2.
That's it.
I mean, not yet, like you can play rook g3, rook b3, something, but unlikely for it to. Okay,
especially knowing that we only need a draw, so it's not.
Yeah, once you have to play rook cc1, your chances for. Although actually, it's a little bit annoying for black because you're.
Yes. You want to win already. You want to finish the game, and why is it still continuing?
Yeah. But yeah, he's doing the right, and now he will actually go back to giving all of those checks. Because with the pawn on g4 in particular, there's just nowhere on the board white can hide.
Yeah, I mean, poor Yuan just has 0 chances of creating some problems.
Yeah, king b5.
He's trying to run. I mean, he would love to run to e7 or somewhere, no, at some point.
Yeah, but the problem is Anish will actually take on f3 when the king crosses the c file. I think that's his plan.
But even then, I mean, just forget about this pawn.
Yeah, just kind of run towards there, yeah.
Just run there. I mean,
it
will not change anything.
This is what we have on the board, yeah.
It will definitely not change anything, but at least it feels good. You are doing something.
Yeah, you're at least being proactive, but
king
it should
d8.
generally not change anything. Yeah, and now you don't have any threats. So black can even maybe start pushing the second
Yeah,
one.
he pushed f5, yeah.
Or f5, yeah, just
Yeah.
start pushing more stuff down the board.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Very, very cruel by Anish. Rook hd1, but yeah, that doesn't actually create a threat. I can't figure out a way to take on h7 safely, but we don't really have to. Just, I don't know, f4 or like make a move.
But okay, Yuanji is fighting.
Yeah.
I like what he has done. The only problem is that even rook d7 and then some rook is still not settling any mate. I have nowhere to. Yes.
FG, yeah, I'm not sure.
FG,
I wanted to have two passers. He gave himself yeah, rook d7, but now we go queen b2. Oh, queen a, okay, now game over. Yeah, queen a8 check and just a1 next move.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, he is on 40 seconds, so maybe it gets played out a little bit, but it's very unlikely. Yeah, very unlikely you get to flag anybody from here. Rook g8 played, and yeah, you can go a1, and this is what he did. And yeah, there is no attack. So that's Anish getting to the losers final, where he will get to play MVL, right?
Yes. Wow, what a matchup, and also big congratulations to Yuanji for a fantastic performance in the tournament. But it is Anish Giri who gets to the final, to the losers final.
Yeah, let's briefly show our viewers what happened in the first game between Magnus and Hikaru.
Yeah, because it was very scary.
Yeah, there was a moment where it could have become Magnus was, yeah, we left it somewhere here, and this apparently is a very good position for black, not surprisingly, and they continued. They got here, and Magnus played just for positional compensation, just gave up trying to win the pawn on c5. Black is clearly doing fine, but then somehow Hikaru stabilized, and black, I mean, here black is fine, but black isn't really playing for a win. And the critical moment came here, where black, I think, is fine if you take on d4 with the bishop, I guess. Yeah, but he took with this rook, and Hikaru didn't play rook f1 here, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, but it would have also been too much if Hikaru takes over this game, right?
Yeah, but okay, I mean, this is how we think.
Yes.
This is not how Hikaru normally thinks. You know?
Of course, yes.
So it's a bit weird that he didn't play rook f1 here, because...
but okay, rook d2 probably still makes a draw, no?
Yeah, maybe. Like rook...
And this is an eternal pin.
Yeah, because we don't actually have a perpetual. Like if you try giving checks, the white king actually runs towards safety.
But I mean, if I don't let your king escape, then you can never really get
no, it's an immediate perpetual with the other rook, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry, the other rook. So what are we missing here? Hang on a second.
Wow, that's it. This is a clever move.
Yeah, this is a bit of a problem.
I simply believe Magnus, yeah, that okay, he had some response, but yeah, this looks wow.
Yeah, because I saw on my screen, the commentary we're doing, the engine is switched on, but I don't see it because I made adjustments to how my screen looks. But Division 1 I have in a separate window, and I do have the engine running there, and it was saying you have to take on g3 and take on f4. And okay,
but they should be lost.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you don't win every single time, but you absolutely play rook f1 then. Like there's no way you don't actually go for this with white. And
during I was witnessing this, that okay, my question was, how is Hikaru always holding this type of positions, and he almost won it, yeah?
Oh no, sorry, not rook f4, rook g3 and rook g2 here. Rook f4 actually completely lost, but rook g2 is, yeah.
And then you take on a2, yeah.
You take on a2, and I mean, the evaluation suggests it probably is actually closer to a draw. But once again, like white runs zero risk. there is no reason not to check. And Hikaru in general is extremely good at picking up all of these types of small chances.
But I think he was under so much pressure in the game that he was so relieved that it's over, yeah?
Maybe, yeah. I think it's likely. And they haven't started game 2 yet, so there's currently nothing for us to watch. But there soon will be.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, MVL against Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen. The so-called lower or losers bracket, I mean, just incredible, yeah, what this tournament brings us.
And just to take a look at what's happening in Division 3. In Division 3, we have... hang on a second. If I understand what I'm reading correctly here, in the winners of the upper bracket, Amin Tabatabai beat Alexei Sarana. Alexei Sarana dropped down into the lower bracket, beat Matthias Bluebaum in the semis of the lower bracket, and then beat Shamsuddin Wahidov in the finals of the lower bracket. So they will play a rematch. Tabatabai versus Sarana will play again. So this topic we were discussing just a few minutes ago about people playing a kind of a rematch after the upper bracket being decided once. We will see it in Division 3 again. And Magnus Hikaru has begun faster than the final of the lower bracket in Division 2. So let's take a look. Why not?
Yeah, I think it's also kind of logical that, for example, how do you hunt down MVL? Yeah, because he did not know when the other match ends. So basically, I think it's very fair to make a fixed time somehow to make sure that everybody is comfortable and everybody gets enough time to rest.
Yeah. And we see Magnus play this Bishop D2 Nimzo, which I mean, used to be considered a bit of a joke, but really isn't anymore. It's a very serious line these days. I would suggest maybe one of the main lines against the Nimzo, right?
Yeah, it's still kind of considered a little bit fresh, but it's not true at all because it became so fashionable, so popular in the recent 2-3 years that hundreds of games had been played in almost every sequence of moves here.
And I'm an absolute Philistine, so I will ask you a very stupid question. Can I play Queen H4 here?
Queen H4 here? Wow. I mean, I think that usually they play B6, yeah. And
he played B6. Yeah. My point is, I understand I'm burning a lot of time, but I will double your pawns on C3, right? After like G3. Sorry, not G4. Either both G3, Queen F6. You have to play Knight F4 here, I think, because F4 looks horrible. I don't know. I can't believe this is playable. So you can do either this, or you can do this, and then I will take and I will play, I don't know, B6, Knight C6, Knight A5, the usual.
No, but while you were discussing the evaluation bar, very much like the F4 move, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yes, actually, G3, Queen F6, the ridiculous F4 move was getting a lot of support by the engine.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, I've known for a while that I don't understand anything about chess anymore, so it's...
Well, we are learning. I have also no idea whatsoever. Yeah, you asked me this question. I have never looked at this position from the right side, and usually I'm the guy who plays with D5 all the time, the Ragozin spirit. So this C5 move is not really relevant for me.
Yeah, so B6, as you said, is the line these days. D5, Rook E8 on the board.
I mean, Rook E8 is somewhat of a surprise, I would say. Like, they usually attack the C4 pawn, I believe, with some Bishop A6. But, well, okay, Hikaru kind of played Rook E8 quite quickly. He probably has some idea.
Yeah. I thought maybe his idea is to like immediately open the e-file in case of F3, which is kind of logical just to resolve this tension. But e takes d5 just kind of doesn't look right here. Does it?
Well, but you never know because you have so many tempis, yeah? So let's try e5.
Yeah, I can even take with the queen. I don't know what I prefer. I can take with the queen because rook e3, king f2, I don't think works because both rooks
knight
are now
c6.
hanging.
Yeah, we go knight c6.
Yeah, we go knight c6. I go, let's say, king f2 here.
Yeah, and then some bishop b7. Then some queen e7. Yeah, you are trying to stay. Yeah, if you stabilize, it will be all very good for you. The question if you
Yeah, this
can...
looks a bit of a shout out to our friend Mr. Dodgy. It looks a little bit like a Budapest. and it looks like a decent Budapest, frankly, for black.
But okay, knight a5. Yeah, we target the c4 pawn. Something like this. Knight a5. A5.
Yeah. Because there is a tactic. Yeah.
There is some tactic there. We cover the d5 square.
Yeah.
I mean, it's complex.
Curious. Okay, apart from f3, what else can we even try?
Well, you can try to maybe kick this knight with queen d3 or something.
But I think he just wants to take, honestly.
Yeah.
I think he just wants to play these types of positions.
Yeah.
And this is why he played rook e8, just to have the option.
Yeah, but Magnus taking his time. So basically this rook e8 is probably some kind of a relatively new idea or a very rare move.
Yeah. And Satiris told us in our chat, very sensibly, I think they're just... The reason the lower bracket final isn't starting in Division 2 is they are giving Yuan Yi some time to recover, because that will be his third match of the day, and to force him to play without stopping at any point would really be somewhat unfair.
But I mean, hang on, Anish qualified, no?
Sorry, Anish, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Anish definitely needs time, but at the same time, also MVN needs time to adjust to the situation. Yeah, he didn't know whom he's playing, when he's playing. I think it's only very good that they have some time to sort this out.
Yeah, and
h4 played. This is the move. Yeah, stopping any queen h4s, and let's go.
Basically, yeah, the answer to what is my best passing move seems to be like h4 in any position. we don't really care what the position is. If we want a kind of a useful pass, it's always h4. It's so funny. It's just so funny. And they have finally began playing the Division 2 lower bracket finals. So I guess we switched to that because Division 1 is covered elsewhere, and this is our job. We might be, I don't know, like Rook E2 in particular is making me pause, but I was going to say that maybe they kind of don't mind just sort of starting from there again.
No, but Rook E2 was a sign that actually Maxim won something from the game.
Exactly, yeah. When I saw Rook E2, I thought, okay, I should stop myself before I say something stupid, because I honestly thought, you know, maybe they kind of both felt this is a long day. Let's just make it slightly shorter by agreeing to reasonably quick draws and just like bidding on something and playing one game of chess. So what's happening here? Famously, Rook E2 was played by Magnus. No, hang on.
By Magnus against Karyakin in the match.
Yes. Yeah.
2016, and MVL was the second of Magnus in that match.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I would say knight e4 looks very logical here, but also I don't play the Berlin with any color, and I very consciously stopped looking at it about 15 years ago, so my opinions don't have very much weight. But
yeah, and my Rook E1s are like this, that whenever I play Rook E1 with white, I want nothing from the game. It's basically I decided that for this day, I kind of call it a day. I don't want to challenge the Berlin, and that's it.
Yeah, knight e4 is on the board, knight e2. Yeah, the argument, I guess, is that by including this weird two-step of Rook e2, provoking b6, and then putting it back on e1, we have sort of semi-forced black to develop this bishop on b7 and not e6, f5, as it would normally be developed to. So if black, for instance, chooses to go for symmetrical stuff here, you are maybe a little bit better, because this bishop is definitely better than this bishop. But d5 is not
strategical
forced.
idea, yes.
Yeah, d5 is absolutely not forced. Anish goes Rook e8, and he will now play d5, I guess, without taking on d2, to at least make white work. Okay, no. Okay. No.
Yeah.
But yeah, then you don't really expect black to play d75 at all. Bishop b5 blitzed out, because MVL also realizes that if he gives black, for instance, time to play queen d7 and then trade everything on the e file, there will not be a game to play. So if you are to achieve anything at all, it has to be while black still has some slight awkwardness with finishing his development.
Yeah, and if already you want to, I mean, if you are intending to play rook e2 for advantage or trying to play a game, then you have to be very well prepared in all the lines, because just without any idea, it's so difficult to understand how to proceed in this type of positions with white in order to fight for something.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. c6 is not really, I'm sure Anish is not in love with having to play c6, but it's not like he has very many attractive options. And it does give him the option of playing queen d7 next move, and then perhaps going back to that plan of trading everything along the e file.
Yes, c6, and now it's the first time. Probably Maxim thought, like, if I ever manage to provoke c6, then at least it's playable. Yeah, at some point, your preparation also has to end. Yeah, you cannot really be dealing with all the positions and all the moves. He did achieve something. We see the evaluation bar gives a very, very tiny little edge for white, which already is kind of a success if you play like this.
And actually, I appear to have lied to our viewers about Division 3, because Division 3 seems to have actually concluded. And Alexei Saranov lost in the semis of the upper bracket to Vahidov, went down to the loser's bracket, won the loser's bracket, and then lost to Tabatabai in the grand finals. So congratulations to Amin Tabatabai, who won Division 3 in this event.
Yeah, but also Saranov showing his class in all these online events. Yeah, getting into the final. Yeah, he's very strong in this.
Bishop f1 chosen, which is a bit of a strange choice, because really, you're not going to find a better square for this bishop than d3. It's extremely difficult for me to imagine that it goes to, I don't know, h3 or g2 or anywhere. Queen d7, a4. I guess MVL is just saying that now his plans maybe involve, for the time being, trying to achieve something on the queen side, and it's just useful for him to never have to think about the d4 pawn hanging, which is why the bishop went all the way back, so that you don't interrupt the connection between the queen and the pawn.
Yeah, and I think now it's also very nice that we can highlight that with pawn on c7, black would be able to trade everything on e1 and go rook e8. But if we do it now, then the d6 pawn is falling. That's a big drawback. Having weakened with c6, and of course also our bishop on b7 is kind of blocked. A little bit nasty, yeah?
A bit awkward, yeah.
Yes.
A little bit awkward for black. It shouldn't really be too much, but you definitely still are required to pay some attention. He goes a5. You kind of have to wonder if maybe you can find a way to play b4 somewhere, because b6 is a bit vulnerable. Like, I would at least spend, I don't know, 5 seconds considering this, specifically because in this position, both of them are hanging. So we are maybe provoking some concessions.
Yeah, but Maxim actually says, you know what? You weakened with a5 the b6 pawn. Let me just try to play some symmetrical positions, because now bishop c7 idea will appear if we trade everything.
Yeah, that's actually a very typical thing that we've further softened up the black structure, and black will now have to watch out that some kind of mass simplification does not lead to white landing a bishop on c7 and just winning the entire queen side. Bishop e5 here, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, and Anish instantly goes bishop takes, and I guess he will play rook a d8 first, or maybe bishop a6. Clever. Getting rid of those bishops as well.
But it comes at a cost, yeah, that if we trade, and then we will get some rook d1 c4 in.
Yeah, or alternatively, if you are more romantically inclined, you can maybe try for this. But without any light pieces, it doesn't really feel like it does very much, right? It's even maybe just c5, f5, d4 or something and start simplifying.
Yeah, should be enough.
Yeah, the trade happened, and now the question for Maxim, how does he feel he should be proceeding here? Yeah, he does kind of the third way. He goes rook e3, hinting at rook a1, rook g3, queen g5. But the problem with that plan is that rook e6, g6 covers most of those ideas.
Yeah, Anish brings the rook back.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook a1.
If you play rook a1, I mean, you kind of maybe have to care a little bit.
Okay, rook g3. Okay, let's not care. Rook g3.
Yeah, fair point.
But you play your
honestly,
rook e6, no?
Or yeah, I will play rook e6. And now maybe you go in with a4, right?
But rook g6 still. You just stick to your plan.
For some reason, this is
but now maybe rook f3, and then threaten or rook d3, something
rook
will...
f3 or rook d3 or something, yeah.
No, this is awkward.
It is awkward, yeah. And by the way, I will bring this up for a second because looks like a lot of developments happened here. After h4, Hikaru did play ed5, queen d5, knight c6, rook d1, queen e7, h5, h6. Magnus played queen d3, a kind of a clever move because you would like to play maybe knight f4 at some point, but currently there is a bit of an issue with knight f4. So you drop it back to d3, stopping those tactics. And now you definitely want to play knight f4 next move. Hikaru goes bishop b7, allowing queen d7. Very clever tactic, knight d4 here, which I'm pretty sure wasn't blundered. Queen takes e7, unfortunately loses to knight c2 mate. So
yeah, but luckily rook takes d4, yeah.
Yeah, rook c8. And I thought Hikaru was actually getting somewhere, but the engine suggests that this is perfectly okay for white. I guess you just go knight f4. If knight d6, you go b3. And your structure is getting preserved.
But after knight f4, can I go b5 or not? Can I open?
Maybe f3, knight g3.
f3, knight g3.
Knight f4 on the board, so this will become important.
Yeah, Magnus down to 5.5 minutes. Okay, this is very interesting.
Yeah, this is a very sharp position and very unusual position as well. Kind of a material balance, but I mean, if white manages to develop properly and not lose anything on the queen side, white probably is just better. But it's a big if with 3 pieces still on their starting squares.
Yeah, now a big question: if you have to waste time for b3, it slightly also softens the queen side.
I was looking at some weird ideas like rook h4, maybe b takes c4, f3, trying to.
But I mean, I have this knight g3, knight f5. I also have knight g5.
f5. Yeah, knight f5.
Yeah,
I missed knight f5. Yeah, I'm not sure. b5 hasn't been played yet though, so Hikaru is considering his options quite carefully here. So this is a move, this is a move. And really not very much else. Maybe bishop a6, but I don't really like bishop a6 looks weird.
Yes, then already b3 makes a lot of sense.
No, but then,
knight b5 will come.
Yeah,
with
we can
go
b3, b5 though. We can
okay,
try,
you still can, yeah.
Yeah, we can try your idea again because c takes b5, rook c1 check is excellent for us.
But I mean, if you start with bishop a6, I might have knight d5, yeah?
Rook, let's say, I don't know, d7? And rook
h4
rook
maybe.
h4. Rook h4 maybe. Yeah.
But okay, some rook takes d5 is possible now. Rook e4, rook h5. I mean,
yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Yes.
Very interesting position. Okay, go back to let's go back to division 2 for a second. Rook a8, b3. Very unexpected. This is a tempo I did not expect him to burn. And honestly, the current position I'm beginning to kind of prefer for black.
Yeah, maybe white just needs to shut it down already, and that's it.
Yeah. Just find a way to trade e5 for d5, shut it down. Because like you go rook d1, you're like legitimately a bit worse here, I think.
I mean, maybe you can play queen e2.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah.
Queen e2, h6, but yeah, I'm looking for a way to make a forced draw here with white.
I understand. Yeah, that was also the reason why I felt it was absolutely legitimate that we moved on to Division 1 as well, yeah, because that position looks so much more sharper and more interesting, and he will simply trust both players that this will be a draw.
Most likely, yeah. Most likely. And seriously, like if I have to pick who is the more comfortable here, I'm saying black every day of the week.
Yeah. That's true. But maybe white can just sit and wait, do nothing, yeah, because but how do we do nothing? Often it's the most difficult thing.
Yeah. I was about to suggest blundering something, but maybe it's not a blunder because I still have queen d1.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one for sure. And yeah, b3 here is very much like a concession that you don't believe your position is better at all, which I think was a bit premature. Whoa, okay.
Is it an aggressive or a defensive move? That's the
with the point being, I think that he wants to go e6. Honestly, I think it's a defensive move. I think it's a defensive move because I think he is quite happy if this happens, I'm assuming. Although, honestly, how happy are you? Even here, or d4. All of those things. Yeah. Another kind of a stupid topic we could discuss is Anish is playing his third match of the day and MVL is playing his second. But MVL had to sit for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and watch other people play and like not know what to do with his time.
Yeah.
Who do you think enjoys it more?
Yeah, it's tough. And also he played a 4 games match. Yeah, he did lose 3-0. That's another thing. And here is the catch, yeah, that he lost 3-0. So he needs to somehow put himself in the mood to fight while Anish is carrying on the momentum. Yeah, he has won two matches. I mean, 2 Armageddons. He is very much, I mean, if he still has the energy, then I think Anish is much more in the rhythm than Maxim.
Yeah, it's weird because it feels like you always prefer to be the one who is sort of more rested. And MVL did have a period of rest while Anish was playing his loser semi, but I think in a way it's actually more awkward for MVL. King g2 here, not even a6. I guess he wants queen f3.
Yeah, he's provoking a bit, yeah?
A little bit, yeah.
I feel like he's provoking. He probably Maxim understands that I'm not risking after all anything, and okay, I'm doing some provocation.
Yeah, and just to update on this, after 96, Magnus just said, I don't need that pawn, you can have it.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, yeah?
I guess he just did not like something about b3. I'm not entirely sure what. And also, in this position, I think he is very safe.
Yeah.
Because these pieces just cannot be challenged. Black kind of lacks the pieces to attack anything in the white position. And in fact, like if white manages to get some kind of a rook lift, then you could maybe argue that g7 is more of a target than anything that Hikaru could try targeting. But still, it was a healthy pawn on c4. Like there has to be there has to be a reason not to play b3, and we couldn't find it. But
yeah, we did not really have also the time to look into it, but now Hikaru opted for rook d7. Exactly, that was the move that came to my mind as well, because hinting somewhere at rook takes d4, e4, rook takes b2, stopping rook h4 idea, because now it's clear that it's awkward. And yeah, Magnus's a4 move is now already defensive. Yeah, he wants a4, rook a1, and eventually a5. Is that what he wants?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised because I would be very reluctant to move anything in my position away from the dark squares, because I think it's just much easier to control on the dark squares. But yeah, I think he just wants to go a5, rook a1 in some order. Like after bishop c6, maybe you can even do immediately. No, then a5, a4. Sorry, no, of course you go rook a1 first. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this. It didn't seem like he needed to.
Wow, but I feel like Maxim and Anish are getting angry at us that we are abandoning them. And look at this, some action really happened. White moved with the king to g3, f4 happened, black pushed d4.
And Maxim even avoids those trades and goes rook f1. This could become very double-edged. I'm not sure I'm in love with what he's doing, though. I think he is taking more risks than the position demanded. Because there is one open file on the board, and he just completely gave up control of it. Said, I don't need it at all. And you have to kind of justify it. It's not like black has immediate threats, but normally they tell you don't give up open files
h4,
so easily.
He's pushing some more.
Yeah. I guess his argument is with a kind of a setup like this, his king side is more or less untouchable, so he's still not running very many risks, but yeah, not what I expected.
Yeah,
definitely
but it's kind
not
of
what
good
I
news.
expected.
Good news for us, yeah, that it's not what we expect. We expected some peaceful draw, but there is tension.
Yeah. And it's actually for black, it's not that easy to generate ideas. And the ideas I can think of generating, they do make the position even more double-edged. Because, for instance, I'm a bit curious about this. Just to start blowing things up a little bit. And to maybe try and distract the white pieces away from the king side and ask the question, like, how do you deal with this? What's your reply? Do you just leave it hanging? Do you play, like, I don't know, f5 or g5 or something and pretend you have an attack? Or do you try to defend it with rook c3 or rook c1 or whatever?
I mean, I feel if I start defending, then it will be very risky for me.
Yeah, like rook c1, I wanted to go like rook d2, rook a2, and continue attacking, and the other rook maybe is coming in with rook d2, rook g2, and
this I would never ever allow. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like we're generating this amount of potential energy on the king side, but I still don't really like. It feels like white needs so many moves to start achieving something on the king side. Yeah, c4 played, by the way. Yeah, and queen b4. Queen b4 maybe an even more direct option, attacking not only the c4 pawn, but also the a4 pawn. I don't know why I was so hung up on playing specifically queen c5.
Well, queen c5 had the advantage on the other hand to targeting the e3 rook as well, yeah, a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, in any case, I mean, okay, black is very comfortable, and I believe that white should just find some safety.
Yeah, I think you probably should find a bailout. I'm pretty sure e6 is a good bailout, but there have to be some others as well.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Anish in total control. There was a moment Maxim slightly out-prepared him. He was blitzing. He got some time advantage. He seemingly got maybe a very, very little tiny something. But then Anish very nicely just shut it down with all these d5, bishop a6 ideas. And
g5 played. G5 played, and I mean, you can play queen takes c4, and I'm pretty sure the queens will have to come off. But you can also even, I think, throw in hg if you wanted to, because I don't think white can use the h file effectively. I don't think we can actually play like this. This feels a bit too much.
Yeah, this is asking for it.
Yeah. Even though I still, like, I don't know how this is made, but I'm not very eager to find out. Let's put it like this. Like,
yes. I mean, I share your feelings. Yeah, because, okay, g6, look, e to f3, and then, okay, some king h3, h5. Computer can always defend this, but humanly this is dangerous.
Who knows what this is and why do we need it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Looks like Magnus's game was agreed to draw. So that's 2 draws, right? I think.
Yes.
So there will be an
Armageddon, because in the losers bracket there is only 2 games matches even for them.
Yep. So we will definitely be keeping some eye on that at least, because watching those 2 guys play is always fun, and watching them play in Armageddon is definitely always fun. Yeah, this has to be a draw now. We include GH maybe, or we don't, and we play like rook b1 or rook b3 or something, and it ends up being a massive trade of everything.
Yeah, the big question is, does white wants to run any risk in order to try to create something? Yeah, I'm thinking about some g8, gh, king g4, and then give up the queen side and then try to activate the king, but I mean, it's very speculative.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that at least comes into mind, or do you would just dismiss it automatically? I mean, g8, gh, king g4, all in.
I don't hate it.
Because everything else basically I think automatically ends in a draw. And this is like, I don't know what's that is.
I don't hate it at all, actually. Yeah, I think we are probably still not running any risks.
Yeah.
I feel like...
want some king f5, king f6. Yeah, if I get that.
Yeah.
But okay, rook c4, probably you just come back and everything.
Yeah, I guess it's just not enough, right? And he does, yeah. I'm really sure he thought about those types of things for a bit, and then he just went rook b3, and yeah.
And now something like h5. What do you think about a move like h5? Is it an option, or we should not get fancy?
And just take on a4 for now, or what?
Yeah, take, or then try to double on the second, or try to target this king on g3. I mean, is that an option? I mean, pretty sure I would be not even thinking about it during a game. I would just, go with the flow. But
feels like this is still a draw, right? Feels like there's no way to create real threats against this king. It's very difficult to imagine how.
Yeah.
Rook takes a4. Yeah, you can throw in gh here. I'm pretty sure black is not playing rook b8 there. Okay, I just don't believe this is a winning attempt. No. Like the king on g7 is way too weak for you to feel like this is a winning attempt. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, rook b6 played. Yeah, h5.
H5, all right. H5, Anish. Yeah, Anish wants to spice things up a bit.
I think it's maybe more about just controlling the king on g3. Yeah. I don't think he's playing for a win. I think he is just making the best moves. And the best moves in this position include not allowing this in any kind of a...
Yeah, g6 played as well.
Yeah, g6 instantly played by MVL, yeah.
Basically just signaling that I know what you want, what you are playing for. I'm also professional, and it will be always enough counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Draw agreed.
Mm-hmm. All right. So that was game 1, right? Of this one.
Yes.
So we have the second game starting soon, and we have the Armageddon in Division 1 starting.
Well, it already started. Anish already started with knight f3. No breaks here between the players.
Yeah.
But wow, I mean, this choice is a bit tricky. I mean, Anish is okay. I know that Maxim has been toying with this Queen's Gambit accepted the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But I mean, Anish has so much more experience in this type of structures. It's a bit risky choice.
I mean, I would agree with you, but unfortunately, because really for me it is very much unfortunately, because I love watching MVL play the Grunfeld, and he is absolutely one of the people I very much I watch him very, very carefully for fine tunes and new ideas and positions I thought I knew everything about. But I think describing his QGA as toying with is unfair. I think he's been very serious in the past couple of years about becoming a QGA player. So yeah, I would prefer him not do this, but I think it's a lot more permanent than we thought when he began doing this.
Yes, this is true. And also there is one very interesting detail, that it was first move knight f3 by Anish. So basically he was ready to play anti-Grunfeld. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he wasn't really going for a clear Grunfeld against Maxim. And then probably Maxim felt like, hang on guys, if white commits knight f3 and I gonna play the queen's gambit accepted, then white never has the chance to go for those sharp complex lines with third move e4.
Exactly, yeah. This was also very much how I felt about it. There was a period when I had 2 periods of being a sort of a QGA player. I was an actual QGA player in the late 90s, and then I prepared it for the candidates starting, I think, from London, and we had something against 3e4, but I would always much prefer having this position.
Yes.
So that you don't even have to think about it. And they're playing a very, very sharp line and playing it very, very quickly. Anish played 7e4, just an out-and-out gambit on move 7, b5, bishop b2. MVL picked up the gauntlet, a4, b4 follows, knight bd2. White is developing as quickly as possible, while also seemingly offering the second pawn. Black doesn't want it. And cd4, knight d4, knight c6. I think I've seen this.
Yes, me too.
This is still reasonably fashionable and reasonably theoretical. I think even optically, you know, white is never running any risks here. The question is, can you be better?
Can you just move back two moves with the bishop on e4, knight f3, pawn on c5? Because when I think about this structure, the queen b3 Grünfeld comes to my mind. Yeah, this is a very similar structure, but of course here black's king is in the center, the bishop is on f8. It's a completely different one, but still.
Yeah, what we're talking about is specifically this, and there is
Exactly.
a very famous line in the queen b3 where you even have these 2 pieces specifically.
Yes.
But yeah, it's very different here, and yeah, the game continues. Whoa,
what?
What's happening here? Because the engine seems to think black is winning.
How could he?
So after knight c6, he played bishop f3. Black took.
This
took
is
on
still
d4
theory.
and played
Exactly.
queen d5. Yeah, and Anish instantly played queen e3, instantly played bishop g7, and instantly played rook fd1. And rook fd1, apparently this was still fine here, even though like rook fd1 looks like the most obvious move in the position. But apparently, I guess you have to play rook ad1 or something. And rook fd1, for some reason, the engine seems to suggest we are losing now. Queen b7,
okay, queen b7,
queen h8, bishop queen h6, bishop f8 is one line. No, but like my question is, what is the difference that this is wrong and having the rook on f1 would be right?
But look at Anish. I mean, Anish is going crazy. Yeah, he understood what he has done, and MVL is holding his head like he knows that there is something. Yeah, there should be something. It's a golden opportunity.
Yeah, this is so weird. Okay. Any rook move actually loses to queen b7, and he was supposed to play queen e5, where he's only slightly worse.
Yeah, but can we just go back to queen d5? Because white had the option also just taking on
exactly, yeah,
d5, and this endgame, I mean, I think black is the one who needs to be precise to make a draw.
Yeah, up to queen d5, there's been a bunch of games, not very... There's a game between Chaparinov and Inarkiev from 2021, a game between Narayanan and Elyanov. And let me just check. I think queen takes d5 is what they play there. No, queen e3 was Narayan Elyanov, and after bishop b7, he played rook fd1 here.
Rook fd1 first, yeah.
Yeah, rook fd1 here, queen g5, takes, bishop takes g7, and the game was drawn reasonably soon afterwards. And queen takes d5 was actually not played a single time, at least that I could see. And yeah, now after queen b7, he's just lost.
Yeah, and look at Anish going crazy.
This is just so weird.
Yeah. I mean, fighting so well, playing all those incredible matches, winning 2 Armageddons, and then throwing away the match like this should hurt immensely.
Yeah, that will be like, and it looks like you can't even continue from here. You just, like, there are no checks. The queen on b7 and the bishop on e7 cover all the squares you could, like, you would like maybe to find some way to make a tempo move to create a threat. But there are no threats you can create versus this setup. And there is no way you can defend against bishop f8. Like, whichever square you choose, black just goes bishop f8 and wins the full piece. Yeah, this is... Anish will not be very happy about that.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, which actually will give us the chance to, if we want, we have the
Yeah, I think we do that. Yeah,
yes, we should. Yeah,
I think we do that, and it actually already began. So let's start covering it. So we now see this line that I mentioned, Levon avoiding by playing e4 against Magnus earlier today, bishop b4 and g3 castles bishop g2. This is the kind of a new way of dealing with e4 bishop b4, because it used to be very specifically bishop g5 in this position, but those lines were more or less solved. So they are now playing this g3 bishop g2 line. Rook e8 played by Hikaru here. I think you can castle and you should castle. Yeah, already played.
But hang on, before we get into it, look at this. Did Hikaru then bid 9 minutes? Because
yeah, let's talk about the bidding. Hikaru bid 9:17 and Magnus bid 9:27.
Wow, 10 seconds difference.
Yeah. Yeah. In the meantime, Anish is still thinking after queen b7, but there really is nothing.
Yeah.
You can choose any square, but bishop f8 wins against all of them.
I think that the thing what you are thinking about is right now that how could I have done this? Yeah, because you know exactly that there is no escape.
Yeah, and Anish is just sitting there kind of staring into space because he knows by now that there is no coming back. These are not very difficult calculations. And you're just sitting there thinking, how is this my position? Yeah, not great. Not great. And you really feel for him. It's not easy to play 3 matches against the level of opposition he was facing in one day, but still.
Yeah, because finally all these online events come down to incredible concentration. Yeah, and then when suddenly your level of concentration drops, then just one miss and that's it, finish. Chess is brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard to even find words for it.
Yeah, he's just, he has 10 minutes, but nothing to spend them on. Does play queen h6, but yeah, I think he sees bishop f8 and kind of resigns, right? Like, what do you even do?
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes queen h7, queen h3, but this is not a very impressive compensation for the piece.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah. In the meantime, in the other game, after rook e8 castles, Hikaru just played h6, Magnus played knight d5, and we have this kind of a typical structure where black will try to play bishop c5, d6, a5, bishop d7, and be extremely solid. Magnus quite clearly decides to try to stop that by denying the c5 square for the bishop. The bishop immediately drops back to d6 to put it on e5. What do you think about the structure in general?
Well, looks very promising for white. I do recall immediately this game that Nyepo won against Krivoruchko in Antalya 2013, some very important game for Russia getting the title.
Yeah.
It was very similar.
Yeah, what I will say is that my impression of all of the structures has been like, I never liked it for black, and I don't think I would ever play it with black voluntarily. But, and this is like a massive, massive detour from everything that we're watching, but why not? You know, I don't really feel like we need to be talking too much about this position. Yeah. So there is this, maybe slightly unfairly, in my mind, this is called the Azerbaijani King's Indian. And you probably know what I'm talking about. This line, right? Where
yes,
how do they do it normally? Like these are probably not the best move orders, but I'm just trying to get to a very specific position. So this structure, which is somewhat similar to something that Hikaru and Magnus could get. If you imagine all of the bishops coming off, I think this is fairly similar potentially with a pawn getting to e4. It looks fantastic for white. It looks like you should like double on the c file, connect it with some attack on the king side eventually and win. But people like Gadir Guseynov and other young Azerbaijani players have been showing for years that black is just basically completely fine somehow. They play like queen d7, rook e7, rook a8, play f5 at a timely moment, and hold against very strong players time and time again. They just hold this seemingly effortlessly. So this actually kind of shifted my feeling about these structures with a backward pawn on c7. Just watching them never have any problems seemingly.
Yeah, but here I believe that first of all that the pawn is still on e2. It's kind of nice that we can put it on e3. Secondly, we still have the bishops, and the more light minor pieces we have, the better for the side who has the space advantage. That's how I feel about it.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's a kind of a weird standoff, right? Because this bishop on d6 looks extremely strange, but the bishop on e3 is not much better. And the pressure along the e-file means that it's not so easy for Magnus to actually move that bishop away from e3 without making some kind of an awkward move like bishop f3. But now he goes in with bishop f4, says that he's okay with queen takes e2. Queen takes e2 loses to rook e1. Okay.
Yes.
Now, we know why he's okay with this. Because it just isn't playable. So what do we do? Do we actually take and go d6?
But yeah, this is not the difference what we talked about. Yeah, that now black does not have a break with f5. White has a very stable structure, and then just e3, rook c3, rook dc1, the old school business should actually be just good enough.
Yeah, Hikaru doesn't go for it immediately, at least. He goes bishop a6 for now. I assume Magnus just takes on d6 and goes e3. Do you ever take on d6 with the pawn?
Well, I mean, I'm not liking what Hikaru is doing. I mean, he just gave up too easily the fight in the opening. He opted for e4.
Yeah, I think maybe he wasn't really expecting g3. Hi, Doggo. And I think he's slightly autopiloted here because you can obviously include bishop takes e3 in all of these positions. There is some other things you can do against g3, which are also supposedly playable. And he just kind of made normal looking moves, which resulted in him, having to play this position, which is really not equal. And he's also down 6 minutes.
Yeah.
But you still have to win it. You still have to win it somehow.
To be honest, I trust Magnus. Yeah. I mean, okay, no counterplay. He has a time advantage. He can just very slowly build up. Okay, maybe Hikaru is the only person in the world who eventually might have the chance of holding this. But
by the way, I want to ask you, how surprised were you that the pawn just instantly went to e4 and wasn't kept in reserve a little bit?
It did surprise me a bit, but on the other hand, everything went so quickly and White got a wonderful position out of it that I started appreciating it quite quickly.
Yeah, he goes g4 here because the rook on e7 was in the way of black stopping it. So he is, whoa, f6. I guess maybe he had to, but it's not fun having to play f6 in this position. Because we can even just go, we can continue opening stuff up with g5 immediately. I don't see any, no, maybe takes rook f7, yeah, is maybe a bit of an issue. In the meantime, just to, we are supposedly a Division 2 stream, so just to update our viewers on Division 2, but this is just too sad for words.
Exactly, yeah. We are feeling so sorry for Anish. I mean, commenting this position would just make no justice.
I mean, he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job not having to resign yet, but yeah, like, it will take a massive, massive blunder by MVL here to fail to win this position. Привет.
Yeah. I also feel like, because after yesterday's gentlemanry, I felt like the momentum might be on MVL's side, but he went on to lose 3-0 without Abdusatov. That is this now the moment when karma pays him back? Yeah, that he was suddenly. I mean, of course, it's very unfortunate for Anish, but somehow Maxim deserved something for what he has done yesterday. That's how. Maybe,
yeah. And there's a lot of changes to the structure, by the way, in the other game. G5 did happen. Takes rook f7, queen g3, h takes g, bishop h3. Stopping bishop e6, of course, is absolutely necessary. So bishop g7. Boya, what's wrong with you?
And he opted for rook takes c7.
Yeah, he took on c7, simplifying into this. And the engine loves it, but this is such a massive amount of simplifications that if Hikaru doesn't lose in the next, I don't know, few moves, I think this is an improvement.
Definitely.
It just, you know, the more pieces come off, the easier it is, and the closer you are to actually making a draw. Yes, you will suffer for the rest of the game, but you kind of have to find something kind of right now, right? And I don't see it. I thought maybe the engine liked like queen c7, queen e6 check or something, but I have a feeling this is not winning.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Because there is just so much immediate counterplay along the e-file.
And from distance, I felt like maybe Magnus was counting on some queen h7, rook c7 check, but then black has rook e8 covering the 7th rank.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, queen h7 play.
Queen h7. Nice.
Yeah,
I did not see that option at all, yeah.
But still, I mean, you have rook e8, yeah, covering the 8th rank.
Rook
but
c7,
then rook c7,
rook
rook e7, rook c8, yeah, exactly.
Rook c8. Apparently, rook c8 is a blunder here. I guess we win with queen h5 check, right? Queen h5 check actually just wins.
First, yeah, okay.
Just wins, yeah, okay.
So that's what I'm guessing, that actually Magnus is counting on queen h7, but Hikaru goes rook f8.
Rook f8. Whoa, nice spot with rook c7, king e8, and suddenly we have counterplay along the f file.
Oh, wow.
That is a very nice spot there by Hikaru.
Yeah, and Anish has resigned, I believe, because the game disappeared.
Yeah, Anish, let's just briefly show the final position there. Yeah. In the end, all the rooks came off, and you can't protect the b3 pawn. The b3 pawn is about to fall, and once the b3 pawn falls, this is just a second queen in very, very quick time. So, yeah, congratulations to MVL, who manages to deal with the an absolute blowout that happened in his match against Nodibek, and then the waiting time. He had to kind of stew waiting for his new opponent, but yeah, he does win the lower bracket. He will play against Nodibek again tomorrow, potentially twice.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see what we are talking about. Yeah, the psychological impact, who has the advantage. It will be very interesting.
Yep. Looks like rook f8 took Magnus by surprise here, because otherwise he would have played something already. And yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, and then okay, now Magnus will be kicking himself. He had basically a completely one-sided position, yeah, and he could have been torturing Hikaru forever. And
yeah, you can do whatever you like in this. You can start with bishop h3. You can start with queen g3, and wait for a move. And like in particular, if you start with bishop h3, black cannot play bishop d7 because c7 is hanging, and now g5 is a massive, massive threat, right? So maybe you can play rook f7. I'll drop down to g3. I'm once again on threatening g5. Maybe he didn't want to allow this. Maybe that was why he felt he needed to be faster. But I don't know. Very unclear to me that he extracted everything that he could out of the position.
Yeah, and then Hikaru being Hikaru, yeah, finding this rook f8 resource.
Yeah, rook f8 is strictly the only move.
Yes.
I cheated a little bit and consulted my other screen. Everything else was basically losing.
Yeah, I got also fooled because I spotted queen h7, but I was thinking like, okay, so rook e8, rook e7 is the defense, but no, that's not the defense. Rook f8 is the move.
Yeah, and the machine was saying rook c6 was very strong.
Wow.
Which is a difficult move, considering you have a check from c7. To actually stop your hand on c6 and do this would be quite difficult. And also my problem is I suspect it wants queen e6 check in this position. But then you have to be very convinced you will win this endgame, because it is an Armageddon game, and draw is no good to you. So you have to kind of consult how you feel about your winning probabilities. He goes rook c7, rook c8. Yeah, I don't know what that does. I guess he wants to play the queen ending, but the queen ending isn't very promising.
Yeah, I mean, white is not even better now.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah, with the king on g1, not really safer than the king on f8. Like, white isn't a pawn up, and even if let's say you somehow win the pawn on b6, and black in that time gets to play queen f4, there will always be perpetuals. So yeah, looks like Hikaru is escaping, and yeah, that really horrible day of chess that Magnus had on day one against Artemiev is going to ensure that there's no final for him this time around. There could still be some turnarounds here, but in general, this is like you trust Hikaru not to lose this position.
Yeah, it feels like it's played by hand. Yeah, somehow queen f4, queen e6 check, king f8.
Yeah,
I mean,
and then maybe even g4, g3 counterplay if you need
Yeah.
it. Yeah, or queen e5. Honestly, like all of these moves. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he does. One thing you shouldn't do is, of course, go for this position, but it's
Yes.
impossible to choose this. Like nobody ever chooses this.
Yeah, you should never give up the stability. The pawn
Yeah.
on d6 is the so. Queen e5 played. Okay, I was more of a queen f4 guy, but yeah, he opts for queen e5. Yeah, wow. I mean, if you asked me 10 minutes ago that what will happen in this game, I would have told you that I'm pretty sure that Magnus will win this. I mean, he had 5 minutes time advantage, everything to play for. Black had no counterplay, so you can just torture and the opponent will run out of moves and so on. Magnus going for the move pair move stuff and counting on this queen h7 move. Hikaru strikes with this fantastic defense, rook f8, and he's back in the game.
Yeah, rook f8 is a very like those types of moves where you put a rook on a file which is where it's sort of blockaded by your own pieces. They are not easy to find at all. Yeah, now you can play sort of queen c7, king, I guess, g8, question mark, and queen takes b6. But I know this has to be just an immediate draw somehow, yeah. Queen g4, maybe queen g3, I go queen d1, queen takes d5. Like that's just a very comfortable draw. Magnus decides not to go into that, goes queen g4, king g6. Yeah, what he wants here is to continue shuffling somehow for 50 moves and wait until they're both on 10 seconds. It's an open question whether it's even possible because perpetual possibilities are quite high.
Yeah, king g2 played.
Can we even take on b2 maybe? Like, I understand it's greedy, but it's a full pawn, no? And just come back to f6 afterwards. Apparently not. Yeah, but why? What have I blundered?
Queen f5 check and then e5. Then e5.
Yeah, never do that. Yeah, never do that. King f6, a4. Yeah, this is what he needs to do now. Just make moves.
Yeah, he just wants to fix the queen side somehow.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter what those moves are, in as much as you don't blunder some immediate forced draws.
And king f3. Wow, what a move.
Yeah.
So he's actually trying to get his king to g4, or is he trying to get his king to b5?
Yeah, hard to say. g6. Huh.
Yeah, king e3. Maybe just king e3, king d3. Just walk.
No, I'm starting to think that there might be some positions in which I can play queen e6 check, despite, like, I understand playing for, pawn ending for a win, a pawn down is a bit strange, but we will win a position there.
Wow. Yes.
I can't make it work, but it keeps on kind of popping up in my mind. Some positions in which, like, we go queen e6, takes, we go king d4 in the end.
No, but hang on. I mean, if this was your idea, then with king on f3, couldn't Magnus have played queen e6 check?
Yeah, this is what I thought, but then...
King g4? I mean, this is winning. f3 and we have b3 in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
This was
honestly, I thought that, but yeah,
opportunity.
I thought that, yeah. Okay.
Wow, there was a golden opportunity maybe to go for the pawn endgame.
Mm-hmm. But I like that he got the king to c2 because now maybe he can. I don't know. No, I think actually it's more important that the black king is completely safe.
Yes. Very important that he escaped. Wow, I mean, okay, incredible. Yeah, what an
Yeah,
endgame.
Queen e6 was winning. Yeah, Queen e6 was just winning.
Unbelievable. I do recall that there was some very similar endgame in Wesley So Hikaru, where it was some 3-4 repetition, they agreed to a draw, and actually Wesley could have traded queens, and it was a winning pawn endgame despite being pawn down in the previous event.
Yeah, and they're entirely even on time. And yeah, Magnus goes king b3, and yeah, Hikaru instantly goes in with queen d4, and this is probably just a perpetual now. d3, c4. Hang on, how?
But no direct perpetual.
Yeah, it should still be a draw, but I don't see. Maybe you start with queen d1, but then it will run towards those squares. This was unnecessary. I think he just assumed there is a very simple immediate perpetual here, but there isn't, as far as I can figure out. Queen d3, yeah, king a2 will happen. Queen c4, king a3 will happen. Queen d3, b3, and you just take on e4 here, I guess, and play.
I'm also not sure if you can play something like queen c3. Because now the pawn endgame is fine for black.
Yeah, with the king on a3, yeah. That probably is actually the solution. I don't know if it's easy though.
Yeah, you will give queen d4. Okay, very similar
queen
idea.
d4, yeah. Queen c6, I guess he goes king a7. Now I can stop it with queen c1. This is the difference. Like with the queen on c3, queen c1 would not be.
And also after queen c7 check, you are forced to king a8.
Yeah, you have to go in the corner. Yeah, you have to go in the corner. We can also go king a2, king b1, and then interpose on the c file. I don't like this. King a2, maybe queen takes f2 though, and then maybe the g pawn becomes relevant. So you have to probably play queen c1 here.
I mean, at least the game continues.
Yeah. A minute against 45 seconds. Yeah, he goes queen c1. He instantly
G4?
replies with g4. And
really? No, I don't believe, because now queen e1 protects the all pawns, yeah, and then you bring back the king, and then put the queen on e2. I mean, this should be slowly winning.
Yeah, queen e1 played. Even maybe e5, e6, e7. Yeah, he's just going with the e-pawn now. Queen d5, e6. Yeah, this is trouble. This is very much trouble. Yeah, and if you have to go passive on e7, you probably are losing. Queen e4, queen g6 even. We can pick up this one first and then pick up the one on g4. There are no checks.
But okay, it all comes down to flagging. Yeah, it's 30 versus 30
Yeah,
seconds.
I don't understand. Queen e5 check, I really don't understand.
Why, it's a blunder.
Yeah, I have no idea why we're not picking up the G pawns to begin with. I still have a feeling he will win, but yeah, he's not doing it cleanly at all. Oh, okay, and there was a oof.
Oh no, what happened? Mouse slip.
Yeah, but I guess hang on. He wanted to go queen takes b6, and he's still better.
Yes.
Like, he's not winning, but he's still better at least.
Yeah, he's clearly better.
I mean, maybe it's a draw after queen e5. Maybe it's like an actual forced draw because you can't maybe even get the queen back to safety. But yeah, queen f6 check is a bit regrettable. But honestly, like, I'm so shocked by queen e5 check in this position. Why are we not taking on g6? I guess maybe he didn't like king d6, queen g4, queen f6
queen
check,
f6 check, yeah.
So yeah.
This was the line. But okay, it was anyway coming down to flagging. Yeah, they both had less than 25 seconds.
Yeah. So yeah, a very, very swingy game where Magnus had a massive advantage out of the opening, and then Hikaru basically equalized, and then played himself into trouble. Could have just lost by force and move 40 if Magnus spotted this idea of giving up the g5 pawn for Zugzwangs.
It's
And
of
then
course
it
a
was-
study-like motive, yeah.
And then I assume after queen c3 is just a draw. After queen d4 it was probably still a draw, but a trickier draw. And then here, yeah, engine says white is just winning. I guess maybe you're right. Maybe you don't even have to hurry. Maybe you can just do it slowly. King a2, queen e2, king b1, king c2, and then we do something. But Magnus chose to go in. Still says it's winning, by the way. Just, I guess, not the way he did it. And yeah, and then the very, very end is a kind of a sad mouse sleep with queen f6 check. In a position which objectively is a draw, but if both of them have 20 seconds, who knows how it ends?
Yes.
Like there's no way for us to tell how it would actually end. And this,
yeah, which is a great pity. Yeah, we would have seen some incredible drama because these guys are the fastest in the world. Yeah, so I mean, we missed out on some incredible spectacle.
Yeah, but that finishes up the day for both Division 1 and Division 2. In Division 1 tomorrow we will have Fabi, right?
Yeah, Fabi has won all his matches so far in this year's Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, Fabi is playing against Hikaru tomorrow. They played in the winners' semis, and Fabi won, including that hilarious blunder of mate in 1, which, I mean, I call it hilarious because Hikaru himself just started laughing. And if Hikaru finds the funny side of it, I'm pretty sure we can also see the funny side of it. So there will be a rematch of that. And in Division 2, we get a rematch of Nodibek Abdusatorov versus MVL, who beats Anish, where Anish just mixed up his move orders in a position he clearly knew. And the game just instantly ended, which is very regrettable as well.
Yeah, it was a shocking end because, yeah, we were expecting a fantastic fight there, and it would have been a fantastic fight if not for that mouse slip. I believe we would have seen a great Armageddon. But this is how it is. Chess is tough. Chess is cruel. I mean, playing 3 matches, 2 Armageddons already. Anish survived. He had to concentrate like crazy all day, and then suddenly just you believe that you are following the line, yeah, and then your hand makes the move. It's not like Anish blundered. I mean, he just relied on his intuition. Yeah, that's the move, and then he sees that, oh no, I mean, I have to resign. This was really painful.
Yeah, I think basically he blitzed all of this out, and he expected queen g5. No, sorry, here queen g5 actually loses to queen e4 or something. Yeah, so. The theory, as we were describing, like after rook fd1, black is more or less obliged to play queen g5, and now you take on g7, rook g8, and there were some games here. Bishop b5 is playable, bishop d4 is playable. The engine suggests it's holdable, but it's definitely a little bit better for white. So he was expecting, I think, to play this endgame, and he just started with bishop g7 and still assumed he will get this endgame, and then suddenly no endgame, because there is no defense against bishop f8.
Yeah, wow.
Not much to say. Not much to say about that. It's not how we would like to for that match to finish, but it is what happened.
Yeah, it happened, and we also see how important this Division 2 is, because they are fighting for the jackpot, for winning the Division 2, automatically getting a spot in Division 1. And what it means, we see Fabiano Caruana is in the final. He has knocked out everyone, waiting now for Hikaru in the final and the grand final tomorrow. So there is all to play for. And it all started by Fabiano losing this tiebreak against Sarana from a controlled situation. It was almost like a winning situation. He got knocked out. He was forced to Division 2, and ever since he has won every single match in the Champions Chess Tour.
He's had a good run for sure, and deservedly is now in the grand final of Division 1. And our 2 finalists of Division 2 tomorrow, MVL and Nodibek Abdusatorov, will be playing in Division 1 in the 3rd stage, which is also something to remark upon. So a very successful outing for both of them. And tomorrow they will have to, to fight for the the bragging rights of winning Division 2, but also they've already qualified for the higher division with that result.
I mean, no, only the winner qualifies.
Is it? Hang on a second.
Yes,
I thought
only the winner, only one spot in Division 2, only to the winner.
Didn't two people qualify from? Okay, yeah, I mean, you are correct, but
no, only Fabi qualified.
I'm hallucinating. For some reason, I thought two people qualified from Division 2 into Division 1.
Yeah, no, it's a brutal format. So actually, the two gentlemen are super tense because they see exactly what Fabi has achieved. You win Division 2, and then you can go on and maybe win Division 1 as well. But tomorrow there is still a murderous match awaiting these two players. And Nodirbek has won today's 3-0 against MVL, but tomorrow is a completely different story.
Tomorrow is a new day, yeah. And tomorrow they only have to play each other. They don't have to think about dropping down to the loser's bracket or anything like that. They just face off against each other. If Nodirbek wins, that's the end of the story. And if MVL wins the first match, then they play a third decider, which is only fair because Nodirbek so far is on 100% in terms of match points.
However, that match is only two games.
That's only 2 games. Yeah, I think it's only fair not to force them to play 4-game matches forever. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, that's it. We have seen incredible dramas, and that's what we are expecting tomorrow in the grand finale between Nodirbek Abdusatulov and Maxim Vasilagraf. Stay tuned. Come back. Watch with us.
Yep.
We have enjoyed it. Peter, thank you very much. It was pleasure every single moment. I was enjoying it so much. Feeling very sorry for the losers who lost very unfortunately, like Anishna and also Magnus Carlsen. Definitely they will be very disappointed. But tomorrow is a new day and we will be still covering all the action.
Yeah, stay tuned. Tomorrow, same time, same place. Last day.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.